Welcome everyone to the January 30th meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council. Sorry for the delay. Ms. Gomez, do you want to announce the roll, please?
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Olivares.
Thank you. And Councilman Olivares will be gone for the balance of the evening. Ms. Gallagher, would you report on our study session, or on our closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session with the real property negotiator and gave direction to the negotiator.
Thank you. We have no proclamations. We have no staff briefings. Do we have a fire recovery and building update?
Yes, we do. Item 8.1, fire recover and rebuild update. First off, I would like to welcome Jody Trevisaro from Cal OES and Robert Pressapane from FEMA to give an update.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Thank you.
You're on now.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Trevisaro, and I'm your regional administrator with Cal OES. Robert and I oversee the branch operations for the 4 counties and jurisdictions impacted. And the update I have today is that we continue to keep safety as a priority across the region and oversee really driving local community needs into the priorities of debris removal. So I've asked Robert to come in today and make sure you get an update on your debris removal process across the community here. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good evening, Council. Let me drive with this for a second. Okay. I'm going to provide you a quick update on the debris mission as it continues to unfold here.
Robert, pull that microphone up a little bit.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Better. Thank you.
All right, we continue to aggressively move debris out of Sonoma County. Here I have some mission update statistics. Right now we've cleared 2,100 parcels here in Sonoma County, majority of that here in the city of Santa Rosa. We have 120 active debris removal teams throughout the county. We see about 20,000 tons of debris a day being moved throughout the jurisdiction. And then as of the yesterday totals, we removed 149, or we cleared 159 parcels, and then we actively return those back to the county, who then contacts the homeowner that their lot has been cleared. We start tracking issue resolution. So as we continue to clear debris, if survivors are not satisfied as a result of their debris removal, we're starting to track those issues and trying to close out those cases. So currently we have 124 tracked issues. Those are survivors who call our hotline. Most of the survivors who call our hotline are inquiring about when their parcel is going to be removed for debris. But then the other side of it is after we've cleared the debris that they have some issues. Either they feel that we over-excavated soil, or there's partial foundations that may have been left, or they've identified that they think they're left, or there may be vehicles. Those go into the issue resolution status. From that, we have 77 open cases, and then we're going through that process now, and I have it outlined in a graphic that shows you how we conduct that. This is the forecast for the mission completion. So we have focus areas, Coffey Park, Larkfield, Fountain Grove, Mark West Springs, Kenwood, Bennett Valley Ridge, and Glen Allen. Right now we're forecasting Coffey Park to be complete on January 31st, so a few days from now. I know we had some press inquiries. If you drive through Coffey Park, you could tell that all the debris in the government program has been removed. There are some vehicles still on private sites that we're working with the DMV and Cal OES to clear those, but we feel comfortable that by the end of this month that debris mission will be pretty much complete in Coffey Park, and plan to issue a joint press release with the Corps of Engineers, Cal OES, the city, and the county when that's appropriate. We're continuing to mobilize and work in the other focus areas, with Fountain Grove be one of our targets, in Mark West Springs and Larkfield. We believe that all the focus areas on the above slide will be done by the end of February, and then we're working the outer areas of Sonoma, Trinity Road and Petrified Forest Road. Those will go into March. Some of those have access issues, private bridges, or the terrain is really difficult for us to enter and get the debris removed. So that's going to take us a little bit longer. And of course, these dates are weather dependent. We had a few safety shutdowns because of weather, but we feel confident with the full ramp up and mobilization of teams that hopefully we can hit these target goals to get the debris removed within the next month.
I would also add that we have positive weather outlooks. So you should see not only a ramp up, but very aggressive movement toward our goals.
This is the process timeline for the phase 2. So we've tried to put some metrics on what survivors can expect. So after we do the site assessments, 1 day, the homeowner notification should be 1 to 2 days. Debris removal takes 2 to 7 days, especially in Fountain Grove. It takes longer depending on the parcel size. Sampling takes the longest, and 6 to 14 days, depending if we have to do rescrapes if we get positive results back, and then we return the properties back to the county, and we hope that turnaround time is 3 days to homeowner notification. So that's kind of the timeline once it enters into the system. We're working on a timeline of what the issue resolution process looks like. So if a survivor calls the 1-877-875-7681, they can start the issue resolution process by filling out a form. We then do the data collection. We assemble a technical review and resolution panel, and that team is federal Army Corps of Engineers employees that go out and review the work conducted by the prime and its subcontractors, and then we issue a response back to the homeowner. And what we're currently working on with legal right now is what are the remedies under the contract if there was some kind of egregious error by the prime or its sub, and what sort of resolutions that we have or mechanisms to make the survivor whole in terms of any outstanding errors that were conducted. So that's where those 77 cases are in this process right now. The other 100, it was 120 total. The other ones we were able to close out with the prime, that they were able to fix things that within contract. Here we're working on the other 77 cases that we're still evaluating what kind of damage, extra damage may have been done to the property, and make that determination.
Robert, is there a typical issue that is arising in these 77 cases that we're talking about?
The biggest issue we're having is what's the status of my ROE? When is my lot going to be cleared? I got a call. When are you going to be here to clean it? So I would say that's the number one issue that we're trying to resolve. That's the complaint. And in response, we had the Army Corps call everyone back and just explain what happened over time, that we had these delays, and that, we're back on track, and, here's our schedule.
Okay. I'm assuming that a call like that doesn't trigger this.
Right.
This
So
process.
to your point, Mayor, I think the two prevalent issues are over excavation of soil. So you remove too much right. So taking too much soil, maybe plus more than 12 inches, and now we left a big hole in your property and it's filling it with waters. I think one of the chief complaints. The other ones we're seeing is from Fountain Grove, and you may have received more than normal constituent calls on this. We're trying to clamp down on the over excavation of soil in Fountain Grove and trying not to take too much soil. In doing so, the properties are really tough to identify what's a retaining wall or stem wall, and so we're getting calls back from survivors, what looks like partial foundations left on their property, but we're trying to make proper determinations whether those are pilings or stem walls or retaining walls. And so survivors are coming back and they're looking at a potential disparity. My neighbor totally gone, all the concrete's removed, and 2 lots down, there's what appears to be a partial foundation, but in some of those instances, it's holding back soil. And so we're trying to be consistent, and a lot of those have to go back for second review and trying to get additional approvals from the Army Corps Quality Assurance to the subcontractor. So that's probably the second part that we're actively working on. So I know a lot of rumors are out there, or things that were missaid, that we have a contract change or a lack of funding. Those are not true. We have enough funding for the mission currently, and we haven't made any contract changes. What we have done is tighten up guidance in the debris removal operations plan, which is the scope of work that the contractors operate under. And again, in Fountain Grove, there's a lot of complexities, and each property is somewhat unique, and its foundational makeup and whether it's holding back an embankment. So those items are taking a little bit longer, so we don't have any issues that we've over excavated or taking something that we shouldn't have. So that's what we're currently working on, mainly in Fountain Grove.
Okay, thank you.
I think that concludes my update on debris. But if you have any questions for FEMA or CalUS, happy to answer at this time.
Councilor, are there questions at this point? Ms. Combs.
Thank you. I wondered if you could tell me the status of including renters in the rental assistance FEMA process. Is that something you would have knowledge about, or is that a different group?
So in terms of the FEMA Individual Assistance Program, we do include renters, and we have helped a number of renters.
Let me clarify the question if you're the right person to ask. We had a conversation earlier about including those renters as if they were directly affected, who were bumped because their landlord was burned out. And so because the landlord was burned out, they had to move into a property that they had been renting, so that renter was bumped. And I had understood we were going to include those, but I'm hearing back that folks are not getting that answer consistently. So I'm trying to figure out if this program status is changed in some way.
I'm not familiar, but I will circle back through Mr. McGlynn to get you an appropriate answer on that.
Thank you.
What I would say is for any survivors that were displaced and don't have a temporary housing solution and have registered with FEMA to go ahead and have us call us back on the hotline for that.
My understanding is they're having trouble registering with FEMA because they weren't directly burnt out, and that when they call the hotline number, the FEMA phone number, that they're being told there isn't such a program. But my understanding was we were working on having such a program. So it may just be that the information about our special local program isn't getting to the folks who need to know. If I have someone I want to assist with this, who should I contact?
I think you can follow up with Mr. McGlynn, and I will
Okay.
put that person in contact
Thank
with the
you.
appropriate FEMA.
I would like to follow up with him. Thank you very much.
And one other question, Robert. Once a property has had the debris cleared and is turned back over to the county, and I know that you're not in control of this, but what happens at that point?
My understanding is that they do a robocall and call back that individual, and so we issue them, the county, a letter, and then they correspond back. But I don't know if Paul from the Debris Task Force can shed some more light on that.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So the question regarding the final clearance of the property. So we're tackling that at the Debris Task Force level for both the private opt-out sites and the ROE sites. For the ROE sites, they are getting the robocall to initially let them know. And then they are getting the documentation, not the final report. That's part of what we're still working on actively right now. So while they're working with whether it's PRMD or PED to move forward with their recovery process, the city and the county are actively engaged at the task force level to work on what that final documentation process will be. And also a component of that is the billing, which is obviously one of the questions I believe you've even received. There's a lot of residents that are coming out that are very eager to pay for the debris removal to be done and move on. So we're aware of that. We had released a FAQ originally early on, letting people to know that not to spend the money, obviously, and if they do, to make sure that it's related to debris and that they're tracking those invoices. But ultimately, right now, those are two action items that we are actively working on daily as far as how the county is going to receive that information from the federal government or the state level. And then once they get that information, what the process is going to look like to get that final report back out to the resident down the road. But in the meantime, regardless of that, there is still the robocalls that's being taken place, and the ability for us to track the completion of the parcels at a city and county level so that people can quickly move forward with their recovery and rebuilding.
Paul, is there a typical length of time that it takes between the time the cleanup is done, the debris removal is done, and the time that the property is released back to the property owner?
So that's, there gets to be a little bit of confusion in that, much like what's discussed right now with the Coffee Park and the clearing or wrap up of completion of Coffee Park. There's cleared of debris, and then there's cleared, clean, and returned back to county. So I think to date right now we have 2,181 properties that have been cleared of debris, but roughly over 1,200 of them have actually been where the county has been advised that they're clear and cleaned and ready to go. That process, from what I last heard, is taking anywhere up from 4 to 6 weeks is what the turnaround time has been. And that's primarily because there's 12 labs across the state. And obviously, given the volume of debris removal that's taking place, the labs are working at capacity right now. So I know that we regularly, both the city and I'm sure at the debris hotline, get questions pretty regularly. And it seems like it is running around six weeks or so between the time the actual samples are taken and when the robocall is taking place.
There's about 2,100 cleared, about 1,200
Clean.
turned back to the county. How many of those 1,200 have been turned back to the property owner?
Theoretically, what is returned to the county, there's then a notification process that takes place. So I don't know if we're necessarily tracking the total number from the 1,200, how many, but theoretically, once they're getting it and they're cleared, there's a robocall that's taking place and letting them know that they can start their recovery process for rebuilding.
Okay, and maybe I asked the question wrong. Is the 4 to 6 weeks between the 2,100 cleared and the 1,200?
Yes.
Okay.
So the
That's where
2,181 is what have been cleared of debris, but not necessarily ready to rebuild on.
Okay, so that's what takes the time.
Correct.
Okay.
And so that's part of what we're clarifying too with our Coffee Park residents, is they're hearing that Coffee Park is close to being done or done. That is correct from a debris removal standpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they can come in and pull their permits yet. That there's still going to be a little bit of a lag time, but regardless of their status with their permit, we're still encouraging them that the resiliency center is open. They can come in, there's staff available to answer questions, answer phone calls specifically for their needs while they're waiting for that final clearance to start the process.
Okay, and I want to ask this one more time so I'm clear with people who are asking me. Their lot may be cleared, but it may take a month or a month and a half before it's actually done through the process.
Yeah, I can't say whether they take a month and a half, but I know from a consistent talking point, we've been saying 4 to 6 weeks.
We'll have to circle back and get better fidelity on what the exact timeline on the sampling side. Part of also,
Stay close to that microphone.
sorry,
Robert.
apologize for that. We'll work on shortening the timeline and get a better idea as what the turnaround time on the lab side. Also, some of these properties are pending asbestos, so anything that was pre-1989 or 85 goes into an asbestos queue, and the EPA is removing the asbestos and also doing additional sampling on those. And so, but I will circle back and get a better fidelity on the timeline after we clear the debris and then how long it's going to take to return to county.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
This is actually a question for the city manager. I was just wondering if there was an update on the cost sharing issue with FEMA and what that process might look like.
So at this point, it is still in discussion in DC. It has not moved from the last place it was, and that's where it sits. My understanding is it continues to be a lot of conversations in DC. It'll be interesting what happens after this evening, and if those conversations get more complicated or less complicated. I will just say that it is, I've heard repeatedly that there are other issues that we're all aware of that are dominating conversations. It's still in play, but it sits in the same place it was. What I will say is that the governors of the 4 states impacted by the disaster areas issued a joint letter this week calling attention to this matter and some resolution. And that is 4 governors facing very different circumstances on the ground came together and requested attention. That letter was actually executed this week.
And just to make sure that I was clear, so it has, the legislation has passed the House, is waiting the Senate, is that correct?
It has passed the House.
Okay.
Any other questions, council? Thanks a lot. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, before we get to cards, one more on the staff side, one more debris item to update the council on.
So to follow up, as the city manager was saying, from the debris task force standpoint, obviously a lot of reports you're hearing early on were more of the physical stuff that was going on in the field that we're managing, whether it was the debris in the field, the streets, the abatement of the cars, things that we're dealing physically in the field, whereas now we've evolved into more of the administrative side of the process. So like I mentioned, we are working on the final billing, the recovery, but ultimately right now as we continue to move forward with the debris removal under the ROE process, there's a need to continue to move our private debris moving in the right direction. So ultimately we're trying to reduce the risks to the environment, public health, and that's part of why we're here doing what we're doing. So as the ROE process continues to move forward and wrap up in Santa Rosa, we're prepared to bring an item to you on on February 13th to recommend that we set a deadline for private debris cleanup of both residential and commercial properties in Santa Rosa for April 9th. One of the concerns that we hear often is for all the residents that have gone into the ROE process and as they continue to wrap up their cleanups, is they're concerned about their neighbors or those that are around them that are in the private debris removal and not moving as quickly as they'd like, and they're concerned about the cross-contamination. So part of us trying to address those needs of our residents and the overall environment is making this recommendation to set that deadline of April 9th.
Okay. And I don't need an answer to this now, but on the 13th of February, I'll have some questions about the availability of contractors and whether people can actually contract with the Corps at that point if they haven't been.
Well, I'll just make one comment, and I think I've been pretty consistent on this point. Once we finalize an area and we demobilize from there, we're not going to remobilize for a few properties, and so I think we've been pretty sound on this point, and that's why we encourage survivors to opt into the government consolidated debris removal program. But for an instance for Coffey Park, once we finalize Coffey Park and we demobilize our crews, we're not going to remobilize back to Coffey Park.
So, Robert, are you saying that somebody right now, while there are still crews in Coffey Park, could decide to belatedly submit an ROE?
I would entertain such a submittal if we had teams in the area to do the work.
Okay.
So I would say if I'm the survivor and I haven't strongly look at what their options are and contact county officials, and we can make those decisions on a case-by-case basis.
And those options shrink as time goes by?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it, Mr. McGlynn?
That is it.
Any other questions, council? I've got a few cards from the public. Paul McGavin. The overhead, yes. Is this about fire recovery?
Great.
And right here is the control circuit.
Nice. Okay. Is that working? What happened? Oh, there we go. Okay, just move it. Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Paul McGavin, and I met you, Mayor Corsi, on October 14th, 2017, the same day that Governor Brown and Senators Feinstein and Harris came to Santa Rosa to really rally around this community, to try to get us on the right path for recovery. And I was able to speak to Governor Brown for about 10 minutes that day, and he listened very intently, and this was 24 hours before he vetoed SB 649. This is what he and I talked about. We discussed that wireline, not wireless communications technology, performed better in this fire disaster, and that one big dig for California, that is undergrounding fiber optic, coaxial, and copper lines in this rebuild, would make the public utility asset more defensible from attack, from future disasters, or terrorism, because it's safely buried under the ground. The fire goes over it. Those things survive. And it's those things that actually survive and allow for emergency alerts. Finally, I mentioned a bill on his desk, SB 649, Wireless Tools of Commerce, would present a new potent fire hazard to every community in California, because this 35 cubic foot ancillary cabinet contains lithium-ion batteries. Have you ever seen a Tesla burn on YouTube? It burns for 4 hours because it's full of lithium-ion batteries. What you're putting on the sidewalk is a fire hazard that if you have any car run over it, knock it over, there's some gasoline there, boom, you got a 4-hour fire. None of this should be above ground. All of it should be undergrounded. And Verizon can afford to do that. You know, they make more money than God. You know this, right? So what happens is these things become bombs on the sidewalk during a fire. They'll come through, heat up that lithium-ion battery, and boom! That's what you're creating in all of our communities by putting these on the sidewalk. I hung around. I was able to get 3 questions to the crowd, and it ended with applause. The first question was, if you need reliable notification for emergency disasters, because we do have 60 dead and missing in this fire, why can't we all retain our landlines that are copper? And they're the ones that work in a power outage because the wireless Nixle alerts and all the other wireless means of communication instantly go down as soon as the fire arrives. These copper landlines work on remote power. It doesn't depend on the power in your neighborhood. It comes from far away. And those people got reverse 911 calls and they got out. The city of Santa Rosa needs to know what is the matrix between which alerts got out and who lived. That's going to be a very interesting analysis. I had a question for Kamala Harris. Will you help us to report AT&T for price gouging on these landline services that prevents people from keeping this very important emergency service? This is my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Tavares. She'll be followed by Dwayne DeWitt. Wait for the microphone. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Deborah Tavares. I have noticed when traveling to the burn sites that the people that are working the burn sites are not appropriately in safety clad that they need to be. They don't have any kind of breathing apparatuses. I've also, too, noticed the over-excavation by the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA and all of those that are over-excavating, creating mosquito ponds, and we've attended the Marin Sonoma Vector Control, and they're horrified with the mosquito situation coming up on us. It's already warm, and they've noticed excess mosquito larvae. To that end, they're very, very concerned about the Zika virus. And I've noticed also in the paper, front page on Saturday's paper, about benzene in the soil and in the water. And I can say that other properties in the Stagecoach area have had their water and their soil independently tested, and it is so toxic they're getting bloody noses and spitting up blood. We are now going to be rebuilding in a toxic waste dump called Santa Rosa Burn Areas. And also in attending some of the insurance meetings, I can assure you that those homes that were left standing adjacent to the burn areas, those people are completely unaware of the toxic foam materials in their homes that they're being allowed to move back into. Those homes at least should have all of the insulation pulled out of their walls, and their roofs, have floor underlayment pulled. Because in attending these meetings and listening to fire survivors from other states talk about the inappropriate levels of insurance to verify that these homes are returned to people in non-toxic conditions, this is not the case. These people are being returned to toxic waste dumps. The soil is very toxic, the homes are very toxic, and those people that are managing to survive in the few homes on Fountain Grave that are still there are being poisoned by benzene as we speak right now. The bottled water that you're giving them is not going to save their lives in the long run. The vapor from their showers is going to kill them with cancer. and you sit idly by and watch these trucks cart off these toxins to our local landfills and repurpose the concrete in our rock quarries. What on earth are you thinking? This area is going to be a Superfund toxic waste dump. That is what you are creating here in what I call home. And I am horrified. I am seeing people now really looking seriously at not rebuilding, not returning to the areas that are not safe. It is poisonous for them. And this rebuild is a joke. It is a joke. Thank you.
Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Peter Chernoff.
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I'd like you to give direction to the staff to look into what happened with the renters at Journey's End and how Journey's End is going. I'm very concerned also about people who suffered from the fire but didn't have a physical address to give to FEMA, and so now they're still suffering in some ways. There are over 130 people in a homeless camp over here in Roseland, where I'm from, and they're having difficulties. I'm hoping that perhaps you could give some direction to staff to see if we might be able to get some FEMA fundings that would help. I understand apparently you take care of it first and then they reimburse. So I'd like to see if you could take care of our unsheltered victims from the fire and the Journey's End victims from the fire and get something positive going for them. I spoke with one lady who's quite concerned that even though some of the mobile homes were saved, they're telling them they can't be reused. So essentially everybody from Journey's End is going to be out on the street in a way. I'm hoping that you'll help us to find the answers for that. And if we could replace Journey's End, it would be wonderful. It's still zoned as a mobile home park, the last I looked at the city's zoning map. Thank you for your time.
Peter Chernoff.
Good evening. Strength through unity, unity through faith. Pretty much we're all migrant American students and workers who by the 40-day general strike in California and then America will put all this corruption and D.C. itself to its knees. I talked to a lot of firefighters that were from out of town when all this happened a month or so ago. And I asked, after getting a little friends with them, I asked them, I said, is it true that you've been ordered not to speak about what you were told and what you witnessed? And they, as a matter of fact, told me yes, they were told to not speak. And as far as Feinstein, the criminal, goes, she uses national security to maintain some of the biggest child exploitation operations on the planet, particularly one out of Pennsylvania, and also the Agenda 21 program, which most veterans and I would agree is nothing less than treason. Ronald Reagan came up with something called Star Wars a long time ago, where there was going to be satellites that would knock down incoming bombs. Well, it didn't make any sense, and everybody would die if that worked anyways. What we did experience was these Star Wars lasers from satellites and other sources come down and burn and destroy these properties. Friends of mine that I know very well witnessed their own homes being targeted and destroyed by these lasers. PG&E and the story about their wires is like the most ridiculous thing there is. But since the PG&E lawyers are helping to pull their company down, go ahead and make your money by blaming them, knowing that they had nothing to do with it. I am that I am as I am here, speaking truth to power, free of all fear. Free speech, truth, and liberty I truly hold dear. And yes, the most beautiful action ever we'll see be the Promised Land Freedom Strike prophecy, where we all get together because we're all being attacked from all sorts of directions. So what we need to do is unite with a beautiful insurrection. It's been done before. And will also involve that every face of mammon will now know time standing still, and releasing all debt, another beautiful thrill. Yes, Jubilee sets us free from corruption with this beautiful 40-day royal interruption, freeing all animals from cages and harm, gardens and music and gardens, a wonderful charm. And welcoming home Brother Leonard Peltier as I am Peter, I am the seer. People wonder, what's the big deal with animals? Well, 14 million animals a day murdered and abused. That's why we're going to change it and join the strike, which starts on this full moon. As I am Peter, I am the seer. Almighty's will be done.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. We'll move on to item 9.1, or I'm sorry, item 9. Mr. City Manager, thank you very much, Jody, Robert, Paul. Mr. McGlynn, do you have a City Manager's report?
Nothing to report.
Ms. Gallagher.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and council members, we've provided you with the quarterly report of settlements and active litigation for the third and fourth quarters of 2017. The third quarter report was delayed due to our work being taken up with the fires. But
Ms. Gallagher, would you get close to that microphone,
a little closer,
please?
Very good. As you'll, the details of the report have been provided to you. In summary, we have 3 settlements over the $50,000 threshold. We have 3 additional settlements for either no payment at all or for an amount significantly less than $50,000. We were able to get 2 of the cases dismissed by working with the plaintiff, and we have 3 judgments, all in our favor. All 3 of those judgments have been appealed, so we're still involved in the appellate proceedings on those. As of January 25th, we had 16 additional active cases in addition to those appellate cases, and we've also received 13 new claims. So we are busy.
Thank you. Council, are there questions on this report? I have 1 card, Eric Fraser.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I hope everybody is staying healthy. I did want to make 1 comment on the City Attorney's report. You'll notice under personal injury, dangerous condition, specifically the type trip and fall, continue to be an unmitigated liability to the city and property owners as well as victims. As we have submitted before, the condition of our sidewalks emanating from the Cherry Street neighborhood is pretty poor. Of around 170 properties, about 120 have defective sidewalks that in some way or another are substandard. You'll hear more about this over the next few weeks and beyond until we see that a permanent solution is executed. The report from the city attorneys is the proverbial tip of the iceberg. To gain more insight, we surveyed 100 pedestrians in our neighborhood. 79 either had or knew somebody who had suffered a trip and fall in the past 5 years. Out of those reports, 27 said that the injury was significant enough to seek medical attention. 5 said the injury was life-altering, yet 0 filed a lawsuit. The city engages in the good practice of receiving reports about defective sidewalks, quickly dispatching a crew to make temporary repairs, making records, notifying the property owner of the duty to make permanent repairs, and so on. Evidence suggests that few property owners make the permanent repairs, and a walk around our neighborhood highlights several temporary repairs that are estimated of being over 10 years old. Obviously, even the temporary repairs cost money, in addition to the cost the city attorney's department has when a victim does sue. We interviewed 140 municipality, state agencies, and experts. 2 best practices emerged. 1 is for the city to provide some catalyst for cooperative buying of permanent sidewalk repairs, still requiring the property owner to pay for these repairs, but reducing the price substantially from 30 to 60%. And that certainly should provide incentive enough for people to make permanent repairs. And then the second best practice was for a property owner to clear, before they clear escrow on the sale, or if they're involved in substantial permitted work, for the sidewalk to be repaired as a condition of those transactions. One practice to be avoided is for the city to assume 100% responsibility for these repairs. Cities like Los Angeles and Long Beach have done so to their peril. It's a budget buster, and rightfully the property owner is responsible. If it's truly abutting their private property, is indeed their responsibility. The best incentive we can do is to reduce the cost substantially. This is at no cost to the city, and obviously a big savings potential. So let's work together on a permanent solution so we don't make our seniors and mobility challenged people actually use the roadways instead of the sidewalks for fear of injury. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the only card I have on that. We'll move on to statements of abstention tonight. Any statements of abstention, council members? Thank you. Mayors and council members' reports. Who wants to start? Mr. Tibbetts.
Yes, I do have a question. It's in regards to a lot of the Wi-Fi cell tower concerns that we're getting during public comment over the last few weeks. I remember distinctly about a year ago we received, I think it was a contract from the IT department where we made some decisions that would allow that to come forward as an option, and there was going to be future action taken. Has any action been taken without the council looking at it? That's a question for you, Mr. McGlynn.
Can you repeat the question? I was in the midst of something.
Oh, I'm sorry. About a year ago, we received, I believe it was a contract to have the option to engage in negotiations. I think it was with Verizon Wireless to do small cell towers. And we had some questions at the time, specifically, would any contract awardals come before the council? I don't recall any contract awardals coming before the council.
So we're happy to provide a briefing to the council, a recap of what was granted at that time, which was authority to move forward, and we can detail what has happened to date. We'll provide that briefing to council. I can't provide that this evening.
Okay. I'd be interested in hearing what decisions were made.
Sure.
Thank you.
Other council members' reports. Ms. Combs.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to follow up with an interest in, I'm receiving a number of emails from individuals who are concerned about how close the Verizon units are to their homes. So I would also be interested in hearing that update if it takes two to encourage that. It may not, but if we could review. I recall that we said go forward, and I also recall being surprised at the small, actually non-existent public comment on the item when it came forward.
So we'll provide a recap of the authorization provided and where we're at.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask that in a future status report on the disaster, the fire disaster, that it include information about manufactured home parks. While Journey's End was mentioned, I'm also very interested in the status of Cotting, the Cotting Mobile Home Park, which was half burnt, and there I've been receiving questions about Cottingtown Mobile Home Park. And if we could get an update that also included in the future water issues associated with it, just to know what the status is of the water. Thank you.
Ms. Combs, are you talking about the city water or waterways?
I'm talking about the city water issues associated with the burn area.
We did have last week a pretty extensive report from Mr. Hornstein on that. I know you weren't here.
I was not able to be here then. I'm hoping that in the future those come back to us.
Well, absolutely. The intent is as we learn more information, we intend to share that information and steps taken.
It was all debris removal, and so I'm asking if those reports can be expanded a little bit.
And we'll make sure to get the report from last week to you, council members, so you have it.
I think I have it. Thank you. I also just wanted to mention in passing that I'm on the Regional Steering Committee for CASA, which is a program regionally that's interested working with ABAG and MTC in improving housing in the Bay Area regionally. And during the council goal setting meeting, I did pass out to fellow council members the PowerPoint from the last meeting, and I didn't know, I just wanted members of the public to know that was going on and to be transparent about it. If individuals are interested in receiving that PowerPoint, they can contact me. Thank you.
Any other reports? A couple things. First of all, I am appointing Casey Edmondson as chair of the Planning Commission, effective after their first meeting in February. Want to thank Patty Sisko, who's been chair of the commission for 7 years and who's been on the commission for much longer than that. She continues to provide great service and great leadership to that commission. Want to bring Casey to the chair position as a way to continue leadership into the future. Supervisor Linda Hopkins asked that we announce tonight that a meeting that was scheduled for regarding the Roseland encampment, meeting that's scheduled for tomorrow at the Roseland Village has been postponed because the room is double booked. That meeting will be rescheduled and the time and place will be announced at a future date. And finally, tonight, item 16.1 on our calendar, the public hearing on Baldy Corner annexation pre-zoning has been pulled from the calendar by the applicant, and we'll schedule that for a future date as well. Ms. Tavares, I have 4 cards from you on council members' reports. I will let you speak for 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you would let me speak on which?
You may speak for 3 minutes.
On all 4?
On all 4. No, total 3 minutes on all 4.
Okay, great, thank you. So then the first one I want to address is 11.1.3 on the Sonoma County Water Agency Water Advisory Committee. I want everyone here to hear me closely with what I have to say. I attempted to get on the Sonoma County Advisory Water Board Committee, but I was not able to because of the consensus required approval process, wherein if I had been able to be on this committee, I would have had to agree with the majority. Even if 2 of us did not agree with the majority would have won the point. You are running all city government agencies on consensus. It is most important for everyone here in the city to look it up. It is a horrific way in which to make decisions on most important policies that we are all subjugated to. And I will tell you that consensus was pulled together by the RAND Corporation in Santa Monica, California, through the Tavistock in UK. It is a horrific process of weaving forced decisions through facilitators. And I want to point this out because my water advisory attempt was thwarted. And I was trying to put forth the fact that we have primary water. We do not have a water shortage. And anyone here that is listening, I urge you to understand we have new water. It's primary water. You are being deceived by water science. Please go to primarywater.org. This is probably the best news you're going to get today, is the fact that water is a renewable. So I was not able to be on the Water Advisory Committee, but I sat in on many, many meetings, and I heard a number of people that were in opposition to the process. But because they had to agree before being invited to participate in the consensus requirement, they were not heard. And sadly, you've missed reality. You've missed reality in science as you have been put forth false information. And this is what is happening. I know that everyone feels that something is desperately wrong, and it is. And it's before you now. Of course, I realize that you are incorporated, and public comment is a requirement of your grants. Otherwise, I would not be allowed to speak right now. So I have 3 other opportunities, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, approval of minutes from the November 7th special joint city and county meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes from that meeting? Accept those as submitted. Mr. McGlynn, consent.
Item 13.1, resolution, grant application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for funding of 12 lead EKG monitors. 13.2, resolution, digital government, open data agreement with Socrata Incorporated.
Councilor, are there any questions on these items? I have no cards. Mr. Rogers.
I will move items 13.1 and 13.2 of the consent calendar.
Second.
And your votes, please. That passes with 6 ayes. Thank you. We're just a couple minutes before 5 o'clock, so we'll take a 2-minute break. Going to bring the meeting back to order. This is our time for public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. Paul McGavin, followed by Alex Crone.
Good evening. I can give you an update on the 4G, 5G so-called small cell cell phone towers installed in Santa Rosa's residential zones because I made a California Public Records request and I've got all the data. And it's not good. You're not going to be happy what you hear. So why did the Santa Rosa City Council quietly pass a revision to the City Council Policy 300-04 on Valentine's Day 2017 to attempt to pave the way for private wireless companies to install 72 to 720 full-power cell phone towers in Santa Rosa neighborhoods with no design review, no public hearings, no notification, and for severely under-market rents, $350 a year per pole, securing no public benefits for the city of Santa Rosa in the process. This is a terrible deal, and you have an out. You have the ability to cancel this contract due to Verizon's fraud in the inducement. Neither Nexius nor Verizon has an easement to broadcast or transmit RF microwave radiation onto residents' properties or into their homes. You can cancel this contract, and you must, because you must have a public process. It says so right in your city code. Santa Rosa needs to immediately stop construction on these ugly, intrusive, full-power cell phone towers 15 to 50 feet from people's homes. The city needs to start over with a public process, as specified by Chapters 20-44 of the Santa Rosa Municipal Code, and they need to hold public hearings like every other cell phone tower you ever considered or installed in private or public land over the last 25 years. You don't get an out because of 3300-04. That doesn't pave your way to get an out. You have municipal code that you must follow, and you are failing in your duties when you're not following it. Anyway, you slice it. Installing 72 cell towers, which is just phase one of many more, means that every part of this project is a major wireless activity defined in your code, and as such requires a public review process. It makes no difference if you take one large cell tower and break it up into 3 pieces. It's the same amount of power. It's the same amount of RF radiation sprayed into our homes. It's the same amount of visual blight in our neighborhoods. So you could say we have a phase one project that's the equivalent of installing 24 new macro cell towers in Santa Rosa, and this is just phase one. There might be 10 more. No public process, no notification. This is wrong. Each of you took an oath to uphold the U.S. and California constitutions. You each have a duty to protect the Santa Rosa residents' privacy and safety in their own homes, and you're failing in your duties. These so-called small cell towers violate both Santa Rosans' privacy and safety. The towers are part of an envisioned national surveillance and crowd control grid. Once these towers get installed,
Thank you. Alex Crone. Let me remind the folks in the chambers, I know a lot of you are not regulars here, but the custom and the practice of this chambers is that we don't clap, we don't express our like or dislike of speakers verbally. If you'd like to show your support, wave your hands. It's how we do this more efficiently. The next speaker can hear his name called, and we'll get through this.
Thanks. Sorry,
Mr. Crone.
I didn't know that. Thank you. Immediately stop the installation of 4G, 5G so-called cell phone towers in Santa Rosa's residential zones because installation of these towers is unconstitutional. And the City Council neglected their own municipal codes by not putting these towers through a public review process, the same process every other cell tower proposed for Santa Rosa has had to follow. The World Health Organization classified wireless radiation as a Group 2B carcinogen in 2011, the same as lead, methyl mercury, and DDT. Now the majority of the 31 scientists on the WHO committee want to raise it to a Group 1 definite human carcinogen based on scientific studies done from 2011 to 2018. Last week, I submitted to you 20-plus peer-reviewed scientific studies that show the harmful effects of living in proximity to cell phone towers. I hope you had a chance to look at them. You have approved Verizon to come into town and deploy 72 microwave radiating cells on light and utility poles all over town, and the majority of them are in residential zones just feet away from homes. I watched the video of our city council meeting last February 14th, and I recommend others do the same. It's infuriating. Miss Canada, representing Verizon, came in here and got everything she wanted. She, representing one of the largest and richest companies in the world, asked to take away the rights of our town's citizens, and you said, sure, here you go. Now, I bring up mainly the harmful health effects of wireless radiation because to me that is clearly the most important issue, but there are many other reasons this is a bad idea. For one, these cells will absolutely decrease the property value of the homes they are placed by, with no say from owners. This is not fair. The environmental impact is disastrous, as electricity is being sprayed in the air in hopes someone's device will catch a speck of it. These are extremely inefficient, unsustainable, and will leave a massive carbon footprint. After our fires, you are placing huge power supplies and lithium batteries on old wooden telephone poles? Yeah, that's a great idea. This is a huge fire hazard. I am all for growth in technology, but it has to be done in a responsible way. There are better options than this. Fiber optics, Ethernet, landlines for homes and businesses provide safer, faster, more secure, and energy-efficient access to the internet and communications. Do not listen to Verizon. We do not need or want them. Mr. McHenry may be a good engineer, but he is clueless on the biological and health effects of this technology. His vision of the city is hazardous, and the city needs to change its paradigm or be stopped immediately. Bottom line, for some reason, you guys made a big mistake last February 14th, and it is really bad. Please do the right thing. You have a chance to fix it.
Maxwell Crone, followed by Katie Jan.
Press the button.
Sir, what are you doing, please?
I'm going to be showing a video.
Mr. McGivern?
I'm just setting up AV. I'm not talking.
Is the timer running? Thank you.
All right, so I'm just going to show a video that shows substantial evidence that proves no significant gap in cellular coverage in Santa Rosa in these neighborhoods. January 27, 2017. Well, you heard it.
And at the very top of the pole, which you see right there, is where they're going to put that antenna. What do we have for a radio frequency radiation meeting here? I'm going to just go ahead and focus on that. Looks like that's two or three. Can we now try to place a cell phone call on Verizon? This is to prove that there is no significant gap in coverage in Verizon on right here in this neighborhood. Go ahead, place your call. Move a little closer, please. Who's talking?
Hello? Hello? Hey, hear you loud and clear. Say something.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom. Bye. Yep, bye. Bye.
So what we see is there's no significant gap in coverage right here at Link Lane. There's sufficient radio frequency microwave radiation to place a cell phone call. Here we are in Santa Rosa on 1010 King Street. Once again, we have this cell phone, this utility pole with radios, and this has a power supply on the pole, and at the top is where they're thinking of putting an antenna. Looks like we're going to make that call.
Hello? Hello? Hey, can you hear me okay? I can hear you loud and clear. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we're 2 for 2. Perfect coverage here. There's no significant gap in coverage for Verizon at this location either. Now we're in Santa Rosa by Montgomery High School. We know that the high school fought a cell phone tower at the football field, and that project died. Now, why they would want to have a cell phone tower right here on this telephone pole makes no sense to me. But what kind of radiation do we have right here at the front of Montgomery High so they can use their phones at school? There's the ring. Looks like it's going to go through.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Katie. Can you hear me okay? I can hear you great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
No significant gap in coverage right here in front of Montgomery High School. All right, let's move on. Now we're at 730 Aston Avenue in Santa Rosa, and this one now has its power supply and radios already attached to the pole, and then at the very top is where the antenna would go.
Thank you.
Yep, I can hear the ring.
Katie, Jan?
It's John.
John?
Is it on?
1 sec.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yes. It is on.
Okay, sorry. There it is. Hi there. My name is Katie John. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa and currently work in town as a registered nurse. I am here today to express my opposition to the so-called small cell towers that are being deployed throughout Santa Rosa next to schools, including Montgomery High School and Hidden Valley Elementary, and within residential neighborhoods. This has been done so without public notice. As more and more scientific evidence comes out showing the harmful effects of wireless radiation, countries and local governments around the world are taking drastic measures to protect their citizens. However, Santa Rosa seems to be headed in the opposite direction. I'd like to quote the mayor of the first town in Israel to ban Wi-Fi from public schools. He says, and I quote, "If there is any doubt about our children, there is no doubt." Do you have any doubts, council members? Are you sure what you are allowing is safe? Let me ask you, would you want one of these cell towers outside of your child's or loved one's or even your own bedroom window? Really look at the facts and ask yourself that question. Montgomery High School fought to reject a cell tower from being placed on their campus for obvious reasons. Now one has been approved on Heyman Drive, as you saw in the video, 50 feet from their front office without any notice to the faculty, students, or their students' parents. What a slap in the face to our community. This is rightfully going to make a lot of people very angry. What's the goal of a community? To better the next generation. How can you allow our next generation to be exposed to harm from these cell towers feet from their bedrooms and schools, exposing them to constant microwave radiation? It's not a question of if it causes harm, it does cause harm. There is profound, concrete, scientific evidence to support this. Please, do the right thing and stop this before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Monroy. She'll be followed by Deborah Crone.
Good evening. I live at 721. Could I have the projector, please?
It'll come up in a minute.
Oh. Well, there's so much equipment there that it won't even all fit in the screen. Can I have the projector working, please? Okay. There's one, and now an antenna is coming on top. There's more, and there's more. And here's where, here's where I live. That stuff is almost in my bedroom. I have grandchildren that I'm going to keep from coming for sleepovers and to stay with me. I'm worried about my health. I had the smart meter removed 2 years ago when I moved in, and I don't allow Wi-Fi. And now I've got this 24/7 monstrosity in my front yard. My mother owns the house and she was planning to sell. No one in their right mind our property values have just hit rock bottom. Who's going to want to show up and live beside this awful mess? I am asking you to please rescind your permission for permits. If no other reason, if you don't care about us and our neighborhoods, to rescind the permits because you were lied to. Verizon has done nothing but use deception in order to get these things put in lickety-split. They started rigging and digging between Christmas and New Year's, 3 trucks at a time, 5 men working feverishly because it's easier to say, I'm sorry, than to ask permission. So this is what's going to be on top of us. There it is. It's practically in my window. You were deceived. They called in their evidence or explaining about the mini cell. They didn't mention tower. It sounds like, here it is, wireless small cell. It sounds like a postage stamp that they were just going to lick and stick on the pole. Also, they did not let the neighbors know. Here we have signatures. As soon as I found out, and they tried not to let me know, I got 7 signatures of all my neighbors who were closest at hand.
Ms.
They
Monroy,
were.
you need to wrap up your.
They
your time is
never
up.
received notification. Only one neighbor, and he doesn't speak English very well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Monroy.
Please
Deborah
look
Crone.
after us.
Deborah will be followed by Philip Crone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Deborah Crone. I'm here to voice my concern about the 72 small cell towers that have been approved. I've been a resident of Santa Rosa since 1975, and I would like to share important information from the U.S. Department of Health and the California Department of Health regarding recent advancements in the understanding of health effects caused by high-frequency microwave radiation. I wish to officially submit 7 copies of each publication into the public record. First, this is from the United States Department of Health's National Toxicology Program. Partial results from the U.S. National Toxicology Program study were released last year, which found brain tumors and tumors near the heart in laboratory animals exposed to wireless radiation. This was a $25 million study done in the United States. Here is a response from Otis Brawley, MD, American Cancer Society medical officer, after the partial results were released. Quote, for years, the understanding of the potential risk of radiation from cell phones has been hampered by a lack of good science. This report from the National Toxicology Program is good science. The NTP report linking radiofrequency radiation to 2 types of cancer marks a paradigm shift in our understanding of radiation and cancer risk. These findings are unexpected. We wouldn't reasonably expect non-ionizing radiation to cause these tumors. This is a striking example of why serious study is so important in evaluating cancer risk. It is interesting to note that early studies on the link between lung cancer and smoking had similar resistance, since theoretical arguments at the time suggested that there could not be a link. The following are excerpts from a publication issued by the California Department of Health's Division of Environmental and Occupational Disease Control, advising, quote, how to reduce exposure to radiofrequency energy. Some scientists and public health officials believe that radio frequency energy may affect human health. This guidance document describes radio frequency energy, lists some of the potential health concerns, and provides guidance on how people can reduce their exposure. Radio frequency energy may be linked to certain types of cancer and other health effects, including brain cancer and tumors of the acoustic nerve and salivary glands, low sperm counts, and inactive or less mobile sperm, headaches and effects on learning and memory, hearing, behavior, and sleep. And what about our children? Children may be at more risk for harm from exposure to radio frequency energy because radio frequency energy can reach a larger area of a child's brain than an adult's brain. A child's brain and body grows and develops through the teen years. During this time, the body may be more easily affected by radio frequency energy, and the effect may be more harmful and longer lasting. We appreciate your consideration of this information when considering whether or not these towers should be erected. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Crone, followed by Vic Trioni.
My name is Phil Crone, and I'm also here to oppose the small cells that are being placed around town. I'm here to just briefly read a couple paragraphs from a letter that you sent to the Capitol, state Capitol. You sent it to Senator Hueso with copies to Mike McGuire, and the letter is signed by Chris Corsi. And it says, the city of Santa Rosa respectfully opposes your SB 649 related to the permitting of wireless and small cell telecommunications facilities. The proposal unnecessarily and unconstitutionally strips local authority over public property and shuts out public input and local discretion by eliminating consideration of the aesthetic and environmental impacts of small cells. This proposal would prohibit local discretionary review of small cell wireless antennas, including equipment located on existing structures or located on new pole structures or non-pole structures, including those within the public right-of-way and buildings. The proposal preempts adopted local land use plans by mandating that small cells be allowed in all zones as a use by right. As such, the proposal provides a de facto exemption to the California Environmental Quality Act for the installation of such facilities and precludes consideration by the public of the aesthetic, the nuisance, and environmental impacts of these facilities, all of which are particularly important when the proposed locations of facilities is in a residential zone. The bill strips local government of the authority to protect the quality of life of our residents and to protect public property and the public right-of-way from relatively unconstrained access by small cells. SB 649 goes too far by requiring local governments to approve small cells in all land use zones, including residential zones, through a ministerial permit, thereby shutting the public out of decisions that could affect the aesthetics of their community and the quality of their environment. For these reasons, the city of Santa Rosa opposes your SB 649. Sincerely, Chris Corsi. My question to all of you is, so what happened between February and May? Why would you basically vote for our city's own SB 649 while opposing the state's? Thank you.
Vic Trioni, followed by Jennifer Hageman.
Good evening. You know, 40 years ago, I would be in front of this group quite often as a developer. That's when I had hair. I guess it was here about 2 years ago for SAY. I have no objection to the cell towers, but I really think that in a residential neighborhood, they're really problematic. We live 2451 Gross Avenue in the Proctor Terrace area. And we were not notified about this project. I noticed some chalk marks out on Friday in front of the house, and and then just yesterday I found out what it was all about. You know, having a facility like this 20 feet away from a bedroom, I think is really problematic. I would suggest also there was a great piece last Wednesday at KPIX. You can go to it. A lady by the name of Julie Watts, if you believe Watts, and was interviewing Assemblyman from Hayward, Bill Quirk. And Piedmont is wrestling with the same thing you guys are doing. It's a pretty good piece. It was pointed out at one time that they had these cell towers at fire stations on either side. And it was determined that there was some severe problems mentally, and they did some CAT scans of the firefighters. And it was Bill Quirk passed an assembly bill banning these cell phones at fire stations, cell towers at fire stations. So we take that for whatever it's worth. But anyway, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Jennifer Hegeman, followed by Gregory Furon.
I'm also opposed to the cell phone towers, as my daughter, her bedroom is just right across the street from one that's going to be placed next month on Neotomas Avenue, and we're really hoping that that doesn't happen. And so are many of our neighbors that also have children.
Thank you. Gregory Furon.
Mayor Corsi and members of the council, different subject. Last fall, early in the fall, you had a meeting with the city attorney in which we energetically discussed the possibility of elevating quality of life infractions to misdemeanors. I just want to report to you that Homeless Action, after that meeting, decided to look up everybody who'd gotten an infraction from the city. We submitted a Public Records Act request and got the last 2 years worth of infractions. And we then went to the courts and started looking into what was the impact of those infractions. How many of them got community service or were let off or had anything. And we found virtually nothing was done for any of them. And over $100,000 worth of fines were levied on them. Now, I just want to point out that even though infractions have a $300 maximum, that they're given a $280 fine. And then when they don't show up for court, which of course they never receive a notice of, another $300 is tagged on, and so the total is about $580 for a whole lot of people over the last 2 years. Now, we concentrated specifically, as you remember, there was an eviction under the underpass with all the people who were evicted that day, because of course we believe there wasn't any place for them to go. It was unfair, it was chaotic, you all understand the issues. And there are still lots of those who are beginning to go through the courts now. So we're with them. We're trying to get them up there. We're trying to have them dismiss those infractions, take community service, do whatever we can. And we're actually asking for a ruling on whether or not those are constitutional themselves. I'm telling you this because I know in your hearts you don't want to harm homeless. You don't want to prevent them from having a driver's license. You don't want to prevent them from ever getting a job or a house, all of which occur when you use that little tool you talked about to move them along. It's cruel, and we're going to try and continually help out. But I wanted you to know the impact of your actions.
Thank you. That ends the public comment period for items not... Mr. DeWitt, let me finish, please. That ends the comment period for items that are not on the agenda. We limit this portion of the evening to 10 speakers. There's a second public comment period at the end of the meeting where we'll get to the rest of the cards. But we do have an agenda tonight that we need to get to. Now, because these items, the one specific item tonight is not on the agenda, the council is not allowed to comment on the comments that were made to us tonight. Just letting you know this for those of you who aren't regulars at the meeting. The California Public Meeting Law, the Ralph M. Brown Act, does not allow us to respond to those comments. So we will move on to item 15.1. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 15.1, report establishing a housing first, landlord incentives, risk mitigation, tenant assistance, and housing first homeless services and family support centers. Kelly Kuykendall, Housing Community Services Manager, and Dave Gwine, Housing Community Services Director, presenting.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Coursey, members of the City Council. As the City Manager said, tonight we'll present two reports for your consideration. The first item is entitled Establishing a Housing First Fund, which rolls up several discrete requests from the Council over the past several months into an overall package that would complete the repurposing of your existing shelter system in alignment with Housing First principles. By existing shelter system, I mean competing the funding for a new staffing model to have the Homeless Service Center on Morgan Street and the adjacent Family Support Center in a similar position with the Housing First changes made at Samuel Jones Hall last August. This item also includes resources for landlord incentives, risk mitigation, and other housing placement assistance that, if approved, this resource would be available to assist not only shelter clients, but also move folks directly from their homeless situation into housing. Once you consider these, we'll follow with a second report staff calls Shelter Expansion, which takes your direction from November, asking us to explore Housing First modeled programming in the event Council wants to proceed with safe parking, camping, and in alignment with the CHAP program. So Kelly's going to walk us through these presentations, and we'll be happy to answer questions in the end.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to provide you with a little direction on why we're here this evening. Going back to July of 2017, Council provided staff with direction on a number of homeless services programming items, including creating a fund to provide landlord incentives, risk mitigation, and tenant assistance. We're calling this a Housing First Fund. You also, with the other items that you provided direction on that afternoon, requested staff to evaluate our city-sponsored programs in alignment with Housing First and regional efforts that are currently underway as part of the homeless system of care redesign. In November, we were before you with a request to increase funding for the Homeless Service Center as part of the Homeless Encampment Assistance Pilot Program. You approved that, and also at that time directed staff to return with a budget and a program to align with to align the Housing Services Center with Housing First. Given the direction that you provided during the July and November council meetings, we collaborated with our partner and provider, Catholic Charities, to develop budgets for a Housing First Fund to align two programs, the Homeless Service Center and Family Support Center, with the Housing First model. So I'll be covering three programs in the context of Housing First in the next few slides. The first one is the Housing First Fund, which includes landlord incentives. The line item in that budget is $100,000. It provides leasing bonuses, a support hotline, and funding for marketing of the program. The second item, also $100,000, is a insurance pool for landlords in the event that there's excessive damage and or non-payment of rent. The third item, tenant assistance, provides funding for transportation, housing preparation costs, and location and rapid rehousing. The bulk of the $304,000 is rapid rehousing resources. That's $200,000. The balance of that goes for the other items. So there's funding for a staff position for a housing locator, and then also funding for transportation and housing preparation costs. The balance is for operational expenses, and staff at council's direction this evening is suggesting that if you want to fund this, that it be administered as part of the Homeless Outreach Services Team program. Moving on to the Homeless Services Center, we've been before you a number of times for this particular program. Just to provide you a little background, it's been operated by Catholic Charities for 24 years. It's funded by the city, county, and private donations. It's a multi-service day center, provides essential services such as showers and laundry, telephone and mail service. Staff also conduct referrals and shelter intake, and Catholic Charities also operates the coordinated entry and host programs out of the Homeless Service Center. The current hours are Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 11:30 and 1 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Kelly, excuse me. What were the hours prior to us extending the hours in, was it November?
November, yeah. So the $100,000 went to help with that effort, and it was 6 a.m. to 11:30, and I think 1 to 2. So it extended it by about 2 to 3 hours per day, but still Monday through Friday and still with a break at lunchtime.
Thank you.
Last year, the Homeless Service Center served approximately 2,000 individuals. So the current city funding for this program is approximately $200,000. The proposed funding, so to align this program with Housing First, would require an additional $97,000. There was an interest by council to further extend the hours at the center to include the lunch hour and through the weekend. So it would be Monday through Sunday from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., and that would cost an additional $121,000. So the total request is $218,000. If council approved that this evening, the funding, the city's portion of funding for the program would bring that to about $420,000. And the budget provides for a staff person, actually 2 positions, a housing navigator and a participant advocate, and operational expenses. Family Support Center, this has been operated by Catholic Charities for 27 years, funded by the city, county, and also through private grants and donations. It's a 138-bed emergency shelter for families experiencing homelessness. Also provides essential services such as meals, clothing, children's activities, medical and dental care, and case management to help these families overcome homelessness. Last year, the Family Support Center served approximately 500 families. The current funding for the Family Support Center, the city support to the program, is approximately $96,000. The proposed to align the center with the Housing First model is $100,000 additional. That would bring the city's total commitment, subject to council approving it, to just short of $200,000. And the budget for this provides for a housing stabilization case manager and operational expenses. This slide provides a sort of summary overview of the 3 programs I just covered. So as I mentioned, the Housing First Fund, the proposed funding is $534,000. For alignment of the Homeless Service Center with the Housing First model, it's about $218,000. And for the Family Support Center is $100,000. That brings the request this evening to $852,000, and that's an annual amount. So if council wanted to support these programs this evening, what we could do is prorate that amount for the remainder of this fiscal year, and then we would come back during the budget process and request for an additional needs request for this purpose for the upcoming fiscal year 18-19. Our current budget for homeless services is for this current fiscal year is $2.8 million. Subject to your approval this evening, the $852,000, that would bring your total commitment for homeless services this year to $3.6 million. I think you're aware of the potential fiscal impact. If you approve this evening, it will require an appropriation of general funds, which, as you know, are certainly below the reserve policy level, and just wanted to point that out as part of the presentation. There is approximately, let's speak into this, $3,000 remaining from the $600,000 that council approved as part of this year's budget, which we call expansion funds, to expand Housing First homeless services. The bulk of those funds went to the Sam Jones Hall and to the Homeless Service Center, so there's $3,000 remaining in that fund. With that, the Housing and Community Services Department is recommending that council by resolution approve the following. The first is a creation of a Housing First Fund to provide landlord incentives, risk mitigation, and tenant assistance. Second, alignment of the Homeless Services Center, a city-sponsored program operated by Catholic Charities, with the Housing First model. Number 3, alignment of the Family Support Center, also a city-sponsored program operated by Catholic Charities, with the Housing First model. 4, amend the fiscal year 17-18 adopted budget within the general fund and shelter operations fund to appropriate funding for these purposes in the total amount of $852,000. Or by motion, defer the appropriation of funding for these programs until the fiscal year 2018-2019 budget process. This concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuykendall. The $852,000 is an annual figure, is that correct?
Yes.
And what would that be prorated from the time that these contracts could be put in place until the end of the year, approximately?
I think realistically, by the time we could get them in place and the provider, contractor, Catholic Charities can get staffed up, would be the final quarter of this year, so April, May, and June. And I did a proration for those 3 months, and I think it's about $213,000.
That sounds about right for a quarter. Councilor, are there other questions? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question that I had was on page 4, transportation, for tenant assistance, and I forgive my ignorance, but how are we providing transportation service to tenants? Or how do we plan to, rather?
So the line item in the budget for transportation is specifically it's for bus tickets. Catholic Charities purchases those. There might be other ways that they assist with transportation, but that's what is in the budget, and that line item is, let me look real quick, I think it's $20,000. Yes, it's $20,000.
Okay. And my only other question is I really like the Housing First piece and all this, and I think it merits...
Mr. Tibbetts, could you get a little closer to your microphone, please?
Sure. I really like the Housing First piece. I think it merits strong consideration from the council. But what would be, obviously, given the fiscal situation we're facing, if we had, I'm trying to identify where we can maybe trim it back. And what would the extended hours, if we reduced the extended hours piece, what would that savings look like?
For Homeless Service Center?
Yes,
Okay.
but still moving forward on Housing First.
So if you didn't want to extend the hours, you could simply, if you wanted to align the program with Housing First, that would be $97,000. I don't have a scaling for, like, if you only wanted to, say, maybe not do the weekends and you just wanted to extend programming Monday through Friday, but if you just want to do the Housing First piece, it's $97,000, but if you want to also extend the hours, it's $121,000.
And then again, the tenant assistance piece is 200. What did I see? Sorry.
So the tenant assistance piece is $304,000. The bulk of that is the rapid rehousing resources. That's $200,000. And then the balance goes to transportation. Housing preparation costs about $8,000. And then there's the funding for the housing locator position.
Thank you.
Mr. Swedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some follow-up questions. I know last week I sent some questions about some of the results of our earlier investments. So if you could tell me, one, how much rapid rehousing dollars are left from our earlier investments?
Excellent question. I was looking at all of this today. And so last year for 16-17, there was a line item in the budget for about $200,000, which we call housing assistance, and it provides for a number of things, not just rapid rehousing, but for hotel vouchers and reunification. That money was fully drawn down at the end of last year. There was $125,000 in rapid rehousing resources that you approved last February, which Catholic Charities started using in the final quarter, so the fourth quarter of last year, and they drew down that $125,000 completely within the first quarter of this year. We allowed that 125 to roll over. So those funds have been drawn down. There's an additional amount of about $200,000 budgeted in this year's host contract for housing assistance, so rapid rehousing, hotel vouchers, and reunification. There is about 100,000 of that left.
So I heard you use the term drawn down. Would it be fair to say people have been housed based on those investments?
Yeah, certainly people have been housed. So money's been expended and drawn down, and I know that Catholic Charities is also, even if they haven't drawn it down yet, they have clients they're working with and they have budgeted funds that might not have been drawn down yet.
So how many people have been housed with that investment?
So last year for 16-17, Catholic Charities through the host program housed 73 households. Now, it gets a little tricky when you drill down into the rapid rehousing because some of that is in the bulk, in the line item where we provide for hotel vouchers and reunification as well. But looking at the quarter four for last year and the first quarter this year, where the $125,000 was expended, it looks like, and I'm still finalizing some of the data with Catholic Charities, that we housed about 40 to 50 households, which exceeds what we had anticipated. So with the 125 that you approved, we anticipated being able to have about 25 households, and that's about $5,000 per household. It's looking like we're spending more like $3,000 per household.
So what I'm trying to get, and that's why I asked this about a week ago, I was hoping that we could have it here today so we could all have the benefit of this. So we made some strategic adjustments into how we are funding our homeless services with the ultimate intent of reaching our goal of functional zero. So what I had asked for, going the year before we changed to a housing-focused shelter, this investment resulted in this number of people housed. And then my interest was we changed our strategy. I know it's preliminary. What is that same investment? Is our strategy working? I'm trying to get some information because we have a variety of choices before us, and we get it's a challenging budget time. So what I'm looking for, data that's going to help support the wisest investment that we can actually use.
So I have done a preliminary dive into that data. And what I can tell you is that comparing last year's information to this year's information, we have some promising results. For example, at Sam Jones Hall, the shelter, we're seeing an increase in placements to housing and a shortened length of time at the shelter. We really need a full year's data. Sam Jones Hall shifted its program model in August, and then we had the fire. So what I really need is a full year's worth of program data, and we'll still have to take into consideration the fire and how that impacted Catholic Charities and our other providers within the system. But I can say preliminary dive into that data last year and this year, we're seeing some promising results in terms of increases to placements to housing and also shortened length of stay in the shelter.
And so when can that information be shared with council? Because again, it's information. Right. I get it, it's preliminary. I'd love to have all the complete data, do a thorough analysis. I, for one, I'm thinking some of my colleagues up here would like to see the data. Is this working about what we're saying? Because as you know, you've been to many of these meetings, some of our community members saying Housing First doesn't work. Right. There's 0% or 1% vacancy rate, where I'm hearing stories. You just said 73 people got housed. How are we doing that? So is that, when would we be able to get that information? And
I'm happy.
I don't know if it's the city manager. Who needs to give the authority? I'm interested in that data.
So I think again, we're building the vehicle as we drive the vehicle, and I wish data crunching was very easy. I think we're asking our partner to be refined in the data that they're supplying us. So I would have to look to staff and figure out a timetable. I think it is, data mining in this endeavor is really, really challenging. I mean, and again, because the situation's changing on the ground, council member. So, I mean, I think we're preparing that. I will turn to staff to say that, but I just want to reiterate that we're learning as we go. We're driving it. This wasn't the only program this group was working on. The other issues that the group was working on was some very intensive work in some high encampment areas. So we understand the request and we're trying to fulfill it. I will allow the staff to sort of answer when they believe that timetable could be met.
So then the other question I have too is, where are the people being housed? In Santa Rosa? Are they going out of the county? Do we have any information or data about where people are getting housed?
For that particular point, I haven't had a chance to look into that yet, but I would defer to Catholic Charities on where they're placing them. And back to your other question, Councilmember Schwedhelm and members of the council, I'm happy to get together information for you, even if it's preliminary, on what we're seeing in our programs. And I'm working on refining some of the data points for some of our host reports, at least for the host program. I hope to have that information to you soon, but we'll be looking at our other programs as well.
Thanks.
Other questions? Ms. Combs.
Thank you for bringing the report to us. I would like to echo my colleagues' concern about data. And while we're looking at data, I'm interested in knowing how many retain their placements, if they're going from shelter into housing, if they're going from a motel into housing, if they're going from the street into housing. I'm really interested in the retention numbers and the story behind the retention failures, if that's a phrase. I don't know what to say instead. I heard, I have a particular concern about rapid rehousing monies. The early HUD reports were very positive about rapid rehousing. Later HUD reports showed that when the money stopped, the housing was lost. So I'm very interested in hearing us keeping the data on rapid rehousing money use, where people and tracking the people who are receiving it to make sure they stay housed. We're about to invest significantly in rapid rehousing, and there's a lot to indicate that the basic need is for rent help, rent supports. And the money that we're about to do here isn't rent supports, it's service supports monies. So I'm real interested in how do we monitor that. I'm particularly also concerned about what happens after 4 or 5 days in a hotel with a hotel voucher. Where do those folks go? So I'm going to really need data specific to, I support having a hotel voucher program, but people can't live in a hotel forever unless we've made an SRO out of it. And my understanding is that 5 days to a week is a pretty long hotel stay. So based on the voucher program, are those folks getting into housing? Are they getting into shelter? I like using the whole package of landlord incentives and would like to hear, I think I mentioned to you in an earlier communication that there is a HUD document that lists, has a chart that I think it's from 2010, so, and I'm willing to be updated on this if you have more up-to-date information, that lists a set, it's called Landlord Resources, lists a full set of landlord assistance programs that HUD sort of stands by, at least did then. Some of these include master leases. There's another process that involves guaranteeing that the payment can be made by the individual who's renting the unit. There's a whole host of these. It concerns me that we're putting money in landlord incentives without knowing that the agency is using the other processes for landlord incentives or not. And what those other processes, how is the third-party agency? So that's more information I would need to, I'd like to be reassured that the ones that don't cost city dollars are also being pursued equally. And I'm also concerned about the weeds of the landlord incentive programs, and I don't mean cannabis, I mean the details of the landlord incentive program. I want to fully understand the administrative costs for this particular piece of this program. I am unaware of Catholic Charities or any other service provider having an inspector who does a pre-apartment inspection so that we can know what the apartment looked like before our person moved in, and then a post-inspector. Maybe they have that program. But having a pre and post inspection makes sense if we're going to pay for damage done, that we have a baseline set of photographs of the unit before it was moved into, and also assuring us that we have an individual who understands how to read the assessment, if a landlord provides an assessment saying this property was damaged, having someone who is reading that document and confirming that it's not asking for traditional maintenance such as paint or carpet repair or things that we would expect the landlord to be doing without appealing to this fund. So I want to make sure we have those protections in place if we're going to move such a process forward. That's sort of in the weeds on that. So if you can get me answers about that, that would be great. As we move forward with increasing funding in our Housing First, which I hope we are able to do, I would also like to have how our investment breaks down in the categories that Code.org, the Housing First experts that we've brought in, they indicated there were categories of homelessness, and in a direct conversation with Ian, he indicated these shouldn't be in competition with each other, these categories. So we spend a certain amount on families with children, a certain amount on single individuals, single youth under 25, the most vulnerable, folks who are disabled. I just want to make sure that we're not pitting these different categories against each other or excessively favoring, for example, single men receiving services. And so I will want, as we move this program forward, to know that information when you come forward to ask questions, ask us for resources. I particularly am interested in domestic violence sheltering myself, having had a really hard time. And that's a program that's often, you need that on the weekend. You need that Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. Following football games is a high use of domestic violence services. And we have a major football game coming up this weekend. I would like to think that folks who need that service can make a phone call and get that service promptly on the weekend. So I don't see that information as information available as I make the decision tonight on these expenses. And I also want to make sure, just as we talk about this, we're supporting Housing First. I want to make sure that we're not making it that you have to tolerate shelter in order to receive Housing First services, because I have some concerns about how many people can. I think I would have difficulty trusting sleeping in a room with several hundred, 100 people, 25 people. I would have trouble sleeping in that space based on, my own personal history of anxiety about what might happen to me sleeping with a room full of strangers. That I would think there are people for whom that's very difficult. So we don't want to set up a Housing First program that, without intending it, favors people who are able to tolerate a shelter over people who can't. So I also want to see how we succeed in doing Housing First without requiring being in the shelter in order to obtain housing. So I guess I need that information also as part of the data that I would like to make a decision with. The administration operational expenses aren't itemized here. Are they itemized somewhere else? I didn't read everything that came in the package, so I'm guilty of. Maybe you should tell me if there's a more itemized location within the package.
So I have, not within the package, but I have the information here, and if you decide, the body decides this evening to approve the funding for this purpose, we'll be coming back to you with contracts and be working through a lot of these details, including a more detailed budget.
I tend to get into the details, so I do appreciate that it will come back and we can have that conversation. I have received and had other people I've sent to the shelter receive misinformation when they've made the initial contact. My understanding is that right now it's very hard for Catholic Charities to, they're using volunteers at the front desk. So I will also be interested in knowing about either the training for the front desk staff or the ability of them to have a knowledgeable staff person handle and filter the phone calls at the front desk.
So one thing that I do want to add, we're collecting the notes. Some of the data requests and some of the programmatic requests may create additional need to manage. And so I want to make it clear that even if there's approval tonight to move this forward, we'll take this into consideration and we'll have to get some of that priced out. There may be some things that you're requesting that are already in the budget, but also there may be things that still need some pricing and bandwidth conversations. So additional training requirements, review requirements may add to the budget requirements under consideration.
I thank you and appreciate it, and was just trying to sort out what was included in the administrative costs here.
And again, we'll address those, as Kelly said, bringing back a contract, but I also want to make sure that we also scale that contract to reflect, if you're interested in adding this requirement, what that requirement would cost or staffing implications to that requirement.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo my colleagues' comments about some of that data. The long-term outcome data, I think, is a really vital thing for us to be tracking, not just how many people were placed and how long they were in shelter, but 6 months, a year out, where are those people now and what services were they able to access? The city manager stepped out for a minute, but I think in general, from this council, what you've heard is when you bring proposals to us, the cost of doing data analysis on the back end should be factored in on the cost of doing the program. Because I think every single program we do, we ask about outcome data and where our metrics are. So that at least from one council member, that's my perspective.
And thank you for that. And thanks for all this feedback. And it's in our work, with the homeless service redesign, those data points, there's a series of requirements that HUD would want, the continuum of care would want, the county would want, and what we're hearing tonight. So sorting through a very succinct way through the Homeless Management Information System, HMS, that anyone could access rather than relying on us being messengers is the goal of that working group. We're here tonight ahead of that. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I just know that this council has had a discussion in the past about which metrics we care about, and it's less about how many services are delivered and more about how many people are housed. And I think that that's just an important thing for us to continue to reiterate in this conversation. For me, one of the things that would be incredibly helpful, and maybe it comes from one of my fellow council members, is an update on where the city-county joint committee is at in streamlining our services and looking at how to deliver a more efficient model. Because we are looking at a litany of new or revamping of old programs that this council has already addressed. Meanwhile, we have this process going on in the background that most of us are not, at least 4 of us at the dais, are not allowed to be a part of. And that, to me, is really important in making this decision as well.
Okay. The city manager's back. Good. So I understand that if we decide to do this in the next fiscal year at $852,000, that will be part of the budget process as we go through the next few months. Right now, though, if we wanted to fund the last quarter of this fiscal year, where would that money come from?
It would be drawn out of the reserve, the reserves. It would be done under the emergency declaration that you have on homeless. That would be the authorization, I believe, to go into a reserve that's below the level that you sit right now. And so that's where it would be drawn from.
Okay. And we haven't received a mid-year budget update. Would you remind me when or if that is coming and what that might look like?
So again, this year, we're going to be, as we laid out to council, we're going to be heading into budget because there's so many unknowns and we're in the process of reviewing all of our obligations, where we're likely to get reimbursement. EY is looking at that. So there will be some requests that come forward. They're specifically about revenue generating items. One of them involves cannabis and cannabis inspections. But there'll be the next real conversation beyond what we had over the last 2 weeks. The next conversation is the launch of the budget process. There is not going to be a formal mid-year conversation because we really don't have the answer to that. You saw where we sat. There's a tremendous amount of ambiguity in where we are financially as we sit.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. And just in response to the Vice Mayor's question about the progress of the joint city and county ad hoc on homeless issues. We have had 2 meetings at this point. We've agreed on some ground rules as far as what we want to stay in alignment with the Housing First policies, that we want to focus the work of this committee on creating the new what's it called? What's the
primary decision-making body?
Primary decision-making body. Thank you very much, Mr. Gwine. That is the primary charge of this group, not to take on issues such as we're talking about tonight, not to take on specific situations such as the encampment in Roseland, but to focus our task on the #1 recommendation from the home base report that was commissioned last year to help us better align and coordinate the system of care that we've got in this county. So that's what the charge to this ad hoc committee is, and that's what we'll focus on doing. And I don't see this ad hoc working for a long period of time. We're looking at trying to get something done, I think, by mid-calendar year. And we have invited Petaluma to take part in this work also, since they're they receive funds through HUD like we do. And we will be engaging with the continuum of care in a public meeting. We'll be engaging with public and providers in public meetings as we go through this. We don't have that schedule figured out yet. We hope to do that at the next meeting. So do we have a date set for the next meeting, Mr. Gwine?
Yes, I do believe we have a date set. I could check my...
It's okay. That's not a public meeting, but we're going to be deciding that schedule at that ad hoc meeting. So that's where we are right now. All right, if that is all the questions the council has, I'm going to move to public comment. Gregory Furon, followed by Richard Canini.
Okay, so you don't know what works. And I can tell you that the 77 in the previous year were really palms in. We've been waiting, like you, for the January 10th second quarter update, because we were told the first quarter was virtually meaningless because you hadn't even started Housing First at that point. So 6 months in, we really don't know what's happening and what works. I hate to say this, but I don't support this. I don't support much of this because nobody in the community that I know asked for it other than Catholic Charities. I think some of the incentives for landlords and damage, I set up a program long ago, HCA, that does much of that for the whole county and has been doing it, and you administer it, and so I'm in support of it. But much of this is just following a blindly unorganized Housing Firstness to a couple of other buildings, a family service center that's been doing quite well without it, and having a 24/7 housing support services, which I don't believe the homeless community desperately needs. I think it was let's make everything housing first. So on this item, by 15.1, I'm not as supportive as I am on safe parking and safe camping, because I think those are far more effective and have made significant strides in getting people into housing. The answer is getting people into housing. Take this money and put it into building more housing for extremely low and very low income people. I did a report of your housing department trying to find out all the homes that you're building for extremely low and very low, and it's not very many. You're aiming above those homeless. You're aiming about $60,000 and above. I mean, they need homes too, but you made homeless the highest priority. And so far, I found a 7-unit thing in the, for veterans and 43 others in a stabilizing. Not very much for anybody who's homeless, but you're spending a lot on the services. I mean, I'm joining the rest of you and Tom and others who say, let's get to the housing. This doesn't do very much of it.
Richard Kennedy, followed by Eric Fraser. Hang on, Mr. Kennedy. Get you some help with that. You want to make sure you leave with all your fingers.
Don't want to break a nail. Okay. All right. Mayor, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen, housing is the box that keeps everything else together. I think you know how important housing is, because without that box, you can't keep things together, and that means even body and soul. The homeless die before their time. I think you're aware of this. This is not just a nice issue of getting people out from under the bridge. This is a life safety, public safety, and health issue. It's that important. People are dying out there. And it'd be nice to have that clock working. The government can provide housing. There's no question about that. Don't let them tell you there's no money available for housing. Look back at our history. In the 1930s, people were starving to death in the United States, and during World War II, they built housing to house between 10 and 20 million people in a couple of years. They have the resources. They can use them, and they should. But what is it going to take to get them to do that? There used to be public housing. This was called the projects. It worked. Where's that? Where's government-owned housing? The government builds it, they own it, they run it. What you seem to have here is a trickle-down system. You're putting the money into the landlords and incentives to the landlords. This sounds like what Wall Street wants, not what the people want. This housing problem was exacerbated by Wall Street. You know that. This is the ongoing. 2007 has not been remedied yet. This is still part of the problem. And another part of the problem is this. We're told he's selling green cards. He's selling these to affluent people. Some of these people coming in here who can buy a green card own as many as 24 homes. These are large homes, and they don't spend a lot of time in them. Plus, there's been a concentration of real rental property, Wall Street and the 1%ers. You've noticed there's a big shift from ownership to renting. Some of these investment trusts in real estate own tens and hundreds of thousands of units, and they're going to get subsidized. There have been reports of New York City putting homeless people in hotels, paying $500–600 a night. These hotels don't have heat. They do have rats. That's part of the problem. Let's get directly government involvement. How can you do this as our leaders? Get those people in Congress doing something for the people rather than Wall Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Fraser, followed by Adrian Lobby.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to make some comments. I'm going to direct my comments to the Housing First Fund. But first, a little background. December 5th, we had a little bit of a misunderstanding when Councilmember Schwedhelm claimed that of the home sharing community, those people that are engaged in short-term hosting of guests of all sorts of varieties, were paying no taxes under the STBIA and also the TOT. And of course, that's utterly false. The records indicate that there's some 150, 170 homeowners that submit these taxes to the city. So we haven't quite gotten that resolved yet, that misunderstanding. But it did, but I do thank you because Councilmember Schwedhelm and I had a wonderful meeting, a one-on-one meeting, and he was explaining some of the precepts of the Housing First model and this emerging Housing First Fund. And so I had the opportunity to explain to him that our research indicated that there may be as many as 36,000 underutilized bedrooms in our existing housing stock in the city. And certainly 170, 200, 250 of these bedrooms being used for temporary housing and submitting taxes is a great thing, but obviously there's huge potential. And furthermore, the home shares, because of the dust up and the misunderstanding over who's paying taxes, I do thank you because it created a fire in my belly for me to contact these folks. It's a little slow going because everybody wants to talk, so I'm only about 10% through the list. But it gave us resolve to potentially double or triple those numbers, so we have more people feeling comfortable in hosting people in their homes in times of emergency. Undoubtedly, the data shows that having people sharing their homes is key to a resilient community in times of emergency. And certainly this can potentially fit in the Housing First model, especially since there's, as Councilmember Combs reminded us, categories of homelessness, and we're wondering how that can fit in. Certainly, as I make my check for my quarterly BIA TOT assessment, I'd love to be able to voluntarily donate money, potentially, once I do a little more research, into this Housing First Fund. And certainly I'd like to encourage people that have underutilized or unused bedrooms to get involved in what home sharing is and all its various stripes and manifestations, whether it's hosted or unhosted, furnished or unfurnished, short-term, medium-term, long-term. This is capacity that's right there for the taking. And so even though we have some disagreements from time to time and we're trying to clear up a miscommunication about honest, hardworking private owners of property paying their taxes, we'd love to have a solution. We look forward to working that out. Thank you very much.
Adrian Lobby, followed by Scott Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, council members. I'm Adrian Lobby. I'm a member of Homeless Action, but mostly this is my own thoughts tonight on this item. It's clear we don't have the data. It's clear that even when they say it's preliminary, it's still really inadequate. So we're talking about 73 households established, or maybe 40 or 50 households. It wasn't clear to me which is the figure. But when we're talking about 1,400 as a minimum of the homeless people we have in Santa Rosa, whatever we're doing to get under 100 people housed in a year is inadequate. And it is a matter of just, lobbing spitballs and hoping that they land somewhere, especially now that we've had the fire. So I want to just remind people what Housing First is about, because that's what this topic is supposed to be, making housing first. One, it's supposed to take the most vulnerable people first, the people who are most at risk of dying on the street first. Two, it's supposed to be low barrier, no barrier, so that anyone can get into shelter, anyone can get help. And third, it's supposed to help people specifically with housing, first getting into housing and then staying into housing. So those are the three main principles of Housing First, that as I understand them. What we have here in front of us is sort of a hodgepodge. So one thing it is some case managers and housing navigators. And I think that's a good idea. I hear a lot of homeless people say this to me, no one helps me find a house. I need help finding a house. And so one-on-one help to help you find a house. Now, probably you're not going to afford very many of them, 2, maybe 3. So again, it's not going to really change a whole lot. It's just going to help some people because those, you can only help so many people at a time when you're working with them one-on-one in a housing market that is, as we know, zero. I think that extending the drop-in center is a good idea. It has really nothing to do with Housing First, except that most of the single men that use the drop-in center, and they are mostly men, are the most vulnerable. They're among the most vulnerable. And they also are the people that impact the west side and the downtown neighborhoods strongly. So expending those hours so that people have a place to be, even though it's crowded, dirty, cramped, and horrible, it's better than being out in the rain or in the sun. And I think it's a good thing for everybody. I think rapid rehousing. This is not a Housing First project. This basically takes the cream. It takes people who are just barely out of their houses or who are almost falling out of their houses, the people who maybe already have a job or who have really good prospects for a job. So they are not Housing First, but on the other hand, you can keep them in housing and they will not become homeless. And as we understand that the longer you're homeless, the harder it is to get back into a house and the more traumatized you are. So that's what I would suggest you keep.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Lobby. Scott Wagner.
Hi, gentlemen, madam. I guess I wanted to just focus a little bit on an uncomfortable kind of middle point of this situation, and that is your relationship with staff. And as a result of that relationship being so lousy, the poor relationship that the public has with staff. This presentation should have had another part related to the sort of lower class homeless, if you will, that we struggle with a great deal. And that's just a cogent, clear way to try to say that the budget should have been built differently, and you guys should have been involved, all of you, in some kind of process around getting that budget together instead of, whenever I see anything that says 100,000, that makes me nervous. I don't like seeing budgets like that, especially when the councilmen then come and say, what are these numbers? So please, I don't know who to fault here. I don't want to pick pictures here. I just want to say, work this relationship with the staff so that we get to at least, have a piece of say about something related to homelessness that doesn't come from an independent body to one that is not informed. And have the audacity to say tonight, yeah, we're going to get this and we're going to vote on it. Please do not vote on this right now. Let's come back when you guys are cogent and clear on what the heck it is that you want and that you have involved here with staff. And bless their hearts for working hard on this, at the same time. I mean, they're going to get a lot of, I could certainly, and I could help you with SAS or whatever the HMS is, other people might be able to do that as well. Let's open up the data. Let's figure out what we're doing. Let's add that sort of, 30% of the budget that needs to be done to get these tented villages happening. Thank you.
That's all the cards I have. Mrs. Gomez? I think you have a card on 15.2. Do you have one on 15.1? This is 15.1. Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to the council. Mr. Schwedhelm.
Don't know how we want to start this. One of my concerns is what we heard over the last 3 days of our council goal setting and the uncertain financial situation of the city, balancing that with a very immediate need for those experiencing homelessness in Santa Rosa. So I'm kind of landing on this with my priority, I guess, would be the Housing First Fund, because I do believe that it is showing some results, promising results. The other two items for me right now are expansions of what we are doing now. And I think at this point, I would rather wait to hear the whole budget presentations and to see more of what we're able to recoup through the work of Ernst & Young. So I guess I'll just see if we get a second on this. I would is that what you're asking me to do, to get the resolution, or make a motion to start the discussion?
Yes, please.
So I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the creation of a Housing First Fund to provide landlord incentives, risk mitigation, and tenant assistance, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
So just to be clear, that motion would be for $534,000 for the Housing First Fund only.
Yes.
And also for clarification, how would that work? We've got maybe a quarter of this year left, so would we be making a commitment into next year's budget with that?
Well, I think again, it'll be the timing of being able to get into the contractual agreement. As Kelly said before, there has been some crossover of fiscal years, but right now this would just be to get into a contract for our estimate would be for the final quarter of this year. So it'd be a quarter of those costs. We would bring back a contract associated with that for April, May, June. Right? Is that council's understanding?
I guess what my interest is hearing that there is no rapid rehousing dollars. If there are people that need to be housed and we have landlords willing to rent to them, I would hate to have not having the funding being the barrier. So if we don't use all the $534,000, then okay.
So again, that's why I'm asking for clarity, if it's for the quarter or is it the full $534,000?
So again, for me, it's $534,000. Budgetarily, I would make the assumption, because what I've heard from other communities who have established risk mitigation funds, it doesn't get used that much. It's a nice thing, and it makes actually landlords comfortable. Okay, the city's willing to share in some of the risk with that, but very little of it is actually spent. So if we put $100,000, but none of it is spent, what happens to that $100,000 for the next budget year?
Well, again, I'm, trying to figure out what the scope of the assignment is a little bit here. I mean, at what point would you want us to, right now, contractually, I think the way staff was looking at it was how long it would take to do the contract work to get it under contract, and that the expenditures the contract proposal would reflect that. If you want to appropriate, like you've done in the past, $534,000, we can then come back and that'll be in the budget process. Whatever the contracted amount equaled for the end of the fiscal year, there would be a remainder from that, and there are lots of ways to sort of address that remainder. That's why I'm trying to understand the appropriation. We've done it a variety of ways. Right now, we'd be striving for a contract to get us through the remainder of the fiscal year. Then we'd come back with future amendments on that contract or services to supply out of that, which is what's happened before.
So again, my interest is, and I'm just basing it, I didn't come up with this $534,000 on my own. It's what staff presented.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable allocating that amount of funding for rapid rehousing, landlord incentives, and risk mitigation.
Sure.
So the timing, is that clear enough direction?
That is clear enough direction.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? Ms. Combs?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions that may be related to the question just asked. If we waited until the budget process to fund this, what would that look like? Would that mean that the 534 that comes back to us at the budget time, do we lose the time between now and July for these services? And
it would be functionally moving the conversation into the budget process, so these funds would not be allocated at this point.
okay. Would you accept a friendly amendment to include the funding for the Family Support Center? I'm particularly concerned about losing the case manager for the Family Support Center. It looks like it's $100,000 additional for the Family Center.
That would be a discussion that I'd rather have in the new budget, because the Family Support Center, in my opinion, has been functioning very well without that. I would like to get there, but right now, given our budgetary, I wouldn't be willing to accept that.
Okay. And the second question then involves one of our public commenters mentioned the extended hours at the Homeless Service Center. And I noticed that one of those also includes a housing navigator at the support center, services center.
So if that was requested, I would have the same opinion of that. We've extended from what we were, but again, let's wait to see how the budget goes before we go the whole housing first, because that would be my desired result, but at this point, I'm a little bit cautious.
Okay. Are you comfortable that when the contract comes back, that we'll have an opportunity to discuss?
Ms. Combs, would you please speak?
I'm sorry. Are you comfortable when the budget comes back that we'll have an opportunity? This item will come back to council to discuss the nature of the contract, because this is the one that had the weeds that concerned me.
And the weeds have been recorded by staff to meet those weeds. I suspect, having had a just sidebar conversation with Catholic Charities, there may be cost implications associated with those weeds. So we would bring back those additional items to make sure they were addressed, council member. But I suspect that will, you may have to get into either if you're capping this or there, we would say, not to get in the way, this is the additional cost to meet those needs. And how do we get there?
If we wanted to only fund until July, it would be a percentage of this, but that may cause employment and hiring problems for the contractor. I'm seeing a yes being nodded, so that would answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the challenge that we are all facing is not being paralyzed by the budget that we've seen, particularly when it comes to our priorities. Where I have a hard time is that we do first and foremost have a fiduciary responsibility to the city. And this is an issue that we have tripled our resources on this year. And we didn't have enough resources to begin with before the fire to fully address this. I would feel much more comfortable discussing added funding in a budget process, not outside of the budget process, where the reality that we know is that we're looking to spend $534,000 here that we don't have. We have $19 million in our reserves with a $24 million liability hanging over our head that hasn't been resolved yet. If we were to discuss this within the context of the entire budget, and we're able to try to identify funding, I'd feel much more comfortable with it. But at this time, with that $24 million being unresolved, not knowing if it'll drop down to $9 million, it literally exhausts our reserves. We don't have the $534,000 right now for this.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I share Councilmember Rogers' concerns about our fiscal status, because it's not looking very good. But I'm also concerned about losing momentum on some of the endeavors that we have already been funding. And I do look forward to hearing, well, first of all, let me let you know that I am supporting the Housing First Fund. I know there are lots of opinions about what is and is not effective. And one of the things that I'm looking for is a fairly high level of efficacy. And I think that even though there are many different opinions about what creates the most level of success, I did hear staff talk about a certain the rehousing of certain individuals, and I'd like more information about that as well as we move into the budget period, because even if it's not exact, and I know that it's very difficult to gather information like that, but it will be helpful to ascertain the efficacy of this Housing First Fund. And I do like I think it strikes at the heart in some ways of some of the challenges that our homeless population deals with. Certainly not all But it's also a compromise. It's not everything that is being asked for tonight or being considered. So there is a compromise there, and we could talk about more other possibilities as we move into the budget. But it still gives me concern, and I'm not completely comfortable spending that money that we don't have. But I also believe that we will, as time goes on, we will be able to identify sources of some funding to help move some of our programs forward without being completely paralyzed. And that's what I am concerned about that momentum, and I think this will continue momentum in certain areas to help aid our homeless residents. So I would be supporting the motion as read.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Sawyer. I would hate to lose momentum, and we've had discussions over the last few years culminating to this point, especially about the importance of tenant assistance and risk mitigation pools and landlord incentives. Before I came here, I was researching a few different cities that have experienced proven data-driven success with tenant assistance and risk mitigation pools, specifically Portland, Twin Cities, and Orlando, Florida. In fact, in Twin Cities, the vacancy rate was 2%. They did a $150,000 risk mitigation fund. 32 homeless individuals were placed into housing using Section 8 vouchers, and only 4 claims were filed. To me, that's a very successful program. And as a council without resources available to it now to incentivize housing construction, I think this is probably the greatest thing that we can do to chew away at the number of people living outside experiencing homelessness. So I'll be supporting the measure. I do have one quick question, though. When it comes to rapid rehousing, is the rapid rehousing funds, if I'm not mistaken, those are targeted only to individuals who are homeless to get into housing, correct? Not to preserve somebody who may be in their home facing eviction because a spouse lost their job and they can't make rent?
Yes, that's correct. It's to house a homeless individual. There is a program, the HCA Fund, that helps people stay in their homes by helping with rent if they fall behind, deposits, things of that nature.
Do you feel like the HCA fund is sufficient, Director Gwine?
I'm sorry,
do you feel like the HCA fund is sufficient? Because I'll be honest, what I'm hearing about a lot right now, especially in the wake of the fires, is people's inability to make rent the minute they fall short 1 month for whatever reason, typically a medical condition or a job loss. And so I think the only thing better than a housing first strategy, and I do agree that it's a good strategy, is actually continuing that person's occupancy in the home and keeping them from becoming homeless in the first place. So maybe the only thing I would ask, I don't know if it has to be a friendly amendment or if you could just take direction, if you see heads nod up here, would be to ask Catholic Charities to include some of that funding for continuing occupancy for families facing eviction.
I guess I would like a little bit more information on the HCA fund. I mean, is there a balance in that fund, or are we duplicating efforts?
I'd have to look at that. I wasn't prepared to respond to questions about the HCA Family Fund this evening and where they're at in terms of, we give them money for administration, not to provide financial assistance to families. That comes through a private donor. So they get a set amount every month, and I don't know where they're at with that, especially post-fire. I know they had a lot of requests coming in, and I don't know if they were able to do additional fundraising where they're at specifically with that program.
Thank you. I think that's a separate issue, especially with some private funding. There may be other ways of enhancing that fund other than using these dollars that I think are directly needed just for this intent.
That's fine, but if you guys do look at that fund and find that it's insufficient, I hope that you will bring it back to the council or send us a memo and ask if you'd like for us to take it up, because that is an important issue right now.
So I would redirect to a conversation, and maybe the mayor can give an update next time on the ad hoc that's looking at recovery and rebuild. And I believe this is a kind of question and gap analysis that subcommittee is looking actively at.
Ms. Combs.
I have a couple of questions, and in part I do wish these two items, 15.1 and 15.2, had come in the opposite order. Would have helped me a little bit know how to move forward. Do we have any estimate, and it may not be possible, of how many people will not get into housing between now and July if we don't move this forward?
I'm not prepared to respond to that this evening. I don't have an estimate.
Will we lose any existing beds for homeless people right now if we don't move this forward? Any shelter beds? Will we lose any existing services right now?
The funding this evening isn't providing for shelter beds. The Housing First Fund is not. It's for rapid rehousing.
Okay. If we used this money specifically to pay rents, we could, I think at about $2,000 a month, rent to 35 households for a year with this fund. So I'm trying to sort out what's the best use of the dollars. Is it best to use this money now, or is it in this way, or should we be using the money to put 35 households into rental units? Obviously, that doesn't take into account administrative costs, but just looking at that. That's for the full total. My concern moving this forward is if we dent our budget this much now, when we get to the next item, will we be more reticent to fund an item that will provide shelter for 100 people? And I'm not sure if we're getting shelter for 100 people for this money or not. And I think you can't tell me if we're getting shelter for 100 people. We're talking in the next item, a specific 100 people. So that's giving me pause here. I want to support Housing First. I want to support this item. I am really concerned that if we spend the money now, we won't spend the money to actually provide a place to sleep for 100 people that's coming up as the next item. That's my fear. Thank you.
You asked a difficult question, Ms. Combs, about how many people, I think it was how many people wouldn't get shelter or wouldn't get housing over the next. I guess what I want to know is, does this money free up beds in the shelters?
Potentially, the idea is that if we have financial assistance available through rapid rehousing, that we can move people out of the shelters into housing. And I do want to go back to your question about people that won't be served. I can't answer that, but I can tell you that with $200,000 that's budgeted in the Housing First Fund, that should be able to help about 40 households, budgeting about $5,000 per household, and it varies per individual. One person might need 1,000, one might need 10,000, but the average is 5,000 per household with rapid rehousing.
Okay. And, you know, I want to support this, but at the same time, I feel like we've got so many budget uncertainties in front of us that I have a difficult time saying that we've got $534,000 available to do this. I'm also concerned that we do this now and then 3 months from now or 4 months from now when we're working on the budget, we decide we can't afford to keep it up. And even though I say that, I would be more amenable to agreeing to funding the Housing First Fund for the final quarter of the year, and then we can actually know what the budget for next year looks like before we before we allocate $534,000, I think a quarter of that is about $132,000 or $3,000. I'm not going to support 534, but I would support 133 or whatever the final quarter would cost in order to keep this program going at this point until we understand what we're able to do in the future. And I guess I would ask that be a friendly amendment.
I appreciate that, and let me maybe go to the city attorney. If my motion stands and it fails, is there an opportunity for someone to make another motion at a lesser amount?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I follow up that question? My understanding of how we do the rules of order is that it would be possible to make a substitute motion first.
Yes, you can make a substitute motion that would be voted on first.
So I'd like to make a substitute motion that we fund $135,000 toward the Housing First Fund as described until we can get to the budget process for the rest of the funding.
I'll second that. Any further discussion, Mr. Tibbetts?
Might it be more prudent to say that we will fund it for the remainder of the fiscal quarter than maybe a dollar figure? We might not be aware of any embedded costs we're not taking into consideration. Just throw that out for digestion.
Well, we don't know the cost until the contracts come back, right?
That is correct. I mean, to Councilmember Tibbetts' point, I think we may come back with a slightly different dollar amount depending on the sort of what we see as the final quarter. We would understand the direction to create a fund for that final quarter, but it may not be exactly the amount that's authorized here this evening because there may be fixed costs embedded in the budget that need to be addressed.
Do you want to amend your motion?
I'm willing to amend it, but I would like to consider an up to dollar amount. Do you have I'm trying to figure out what I wouldn't go over. Can you bring us back what it would cost to complete the quarter?
That would be the intent.
Okay.
What I'm just reserving the right is as we go through the process with the part.
$135,000.
Yes.
Okay, and I understand that. I amend the motion, if it's okay with my second.
And I'll second that. Further discussion?
Just a question.
Yes, Mr. Sawyer.
So this reduction in the ask, if you will, what does that take us to on the calendar as far as providing these services in the Housing First Fund?
So as staff understands it, we need to execute a contract with the provider. The contract would likely come back in the April timeframe going through our process or prior to, but it would be shaped about the final quarter of the fiscal year, April, May, June.
I remain concerned about the momentum, but I remain concerned about the momentum and without having some surety about what all, I'm uncomfortable leaving it, leaving this particular program unfunded. So would therefore be wanting to go for the full boat.
My understanding is that this would fund this program for that quarter, and that between now and then, whether we say $534,000 or something less, that the funds are not there at this point until we get these contracts approved.
And is it also not true that if we were to approve it at the level on our agenda tonight, that if we found that there were changes that could be made during the budget time, that we could also do, we could always reverse or change our decision around the budget time?
So I'll remind council that what we're going to be doing during the budget time is we're going to be asking for input we're going to lay out the budget. We may have a very specific conversation in the April meeting around CIP and give an idea of where the CIP program is. Ask for council direction on additional things to price out, and then we'd be coming back with that pricing exercise in the May period. So my concern with what was just put forward is you probably will be that is still a compressed cycle and time period. So I'm not sure you're going to have the answer to that question, council member, by the time you would be approving a contract for this. So I can't deliver necessarily that the larger picture until we start to go through the April-May time period.
Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question?
This comes.
Thank you. Following up on Councilmember Sawyer's question, if we fully fund it and it comes back and we've signed a contract with the contractor, it would be difficult, I think, not to fund through the full year for the 500 and something. So it's not clear to me that we can. I thought his question was, can we change it during the budget time? But if we've contracted, I think that would be difficult.
I think this is all still going to have an issue with the contractor to some degree about what they're ramping up, how they're ramping up a program, how the program is going to be supported long term. I do want to point that out. So that, I mean, again, you know, the reason to fund it for the period and the full amount may very well be to provide a surety to the contractor that they're investing their resources and time in something that is actually will be impactful. And so, again, we're always playing a little bit of an exercise here. It's hard for me to forecast what's going to happen in the budget process. There are lots of unknowns. I know this is not the ideal place to be in this conversation, but that is also something I think you all need to consider is the burden placed upon a contractor for a small period of time, even with the dollar amounts. I do need to voice that because I can almost feel it behind me, even though I can't see it.
Mr. Swedhelm.
Just another clarifying question for the city attorney. So the motion that's now on is of a lesser amount than the next one. So if we vote and this one passes, do we still have my motion, and would that also go to a vote? Are they conflicting of each other?
They are conflicting. It would be a substitute motion, and so it would be the result. If it were a motion to amend, it would then go, no, actually, even if it's a motion to amend. So yes, the motion that's on the table, if that passes, it would supersede your original motion.
Do you see where I'm getting at? It puts someone between a rock and a hard spot that I think everyone here, or the majority of council, I would guess, is supportive of some sort of a figure. And what I would hate is for members of the public to interpret a no vote on a lesser amount sends one message, and then if that doesn't pass, then the other one doesn't pass, which I think the majority would like some amount. Do you see where I'm getting at? So I'm trying to figure out, is there a way where we could at least make sure some funding is going to go to rapid rate housing? Because the fear is if neither of them pass, the most vulnerable are the ones who are going to be hurt by this.
If neither pass, an additional motion could be made, or these motions, the motions that failed, either one could be brought back under a reconsideration, and that can be done at this meeting or at the next.
Is there a way I can configure my motion to relieve Mr. Schwedhelm of his concern? Can I ask it to be a substitute motion so that his can be voted on? Just as a collegial gesture.
Whether it's a substitute, you made the motion, as I recall, as a substitute motion, which means that it gets voted on first, and if it passes, we don't move to the original motion. Even if it were a motion to amend, If it passed,
It would still.
It would still.
Okay.
So,
I was trying to be more collegial, but I don't see a way now.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and that is for the lesser amount for the final quarter of this fiscal year. Your votes, please. And that fails by tying 3-3. Do we go back to the original motion at this point?
yes, you'd go back to the original motion.
Any questions or comments about that motion? Your votes, please. And that fails with a tie of 3-3. Thank you very much.
Can we ask the first motion again, or is it not possible?
You have two additional options. One is
I'd like to move the 1/4 funding again, if that's possible so to do.
yes, you may. If you voted,
I voted yes.
this is where we got into difficulties last time when it's a tie
reconsideration
vote.
Of the
Right.
first substitute motion.
But that motion has to be made by someone who is in the majority. Given that you don't have a majority, you're split. I would read that to be, it has to be a council member who was in the
No votes.
in the no votes, because that was the effective.
So I would like to ask for reconsideration of our first motion.
You may do that.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. This is for the final quarter of this fiscal year. And that passes 5 ayes and 1 no, the no being Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. Moving on to 15.2.
Okay, on to the next item. So the item before you, and I know Dave did an introduction in the previous item for both. This is shelter expansion. It's we're here this evening based on feedback received from you in November to consider a Housing for Safe Parking and Camping program and aligning that potentially with the Community Homeless Assistance Program, which I will refer to as CHAP. To provide you with some background on why we're here this evening in October, following the wildfire emergency, Council expressed interest in exploring safe parking. So in November, we brought forward an item with some preliminary information on exploring safe parking. Council confirmed its interest at that time and wanted to add to it the camping component, and that it be housing first focused, and also that be aligned or consider CHAP, and directed staff to return with estimated program models and costs, which we've done. We worked with Catholic Charities on this item as well. They're our contractor and a provider, and they previously operated a safe parking program for the County of Sonoma. So the program models before you this evening and in the next couple slides include a number of housing first components or protocols. These include a housing navigator, which is a case manager, a housing locator, which is a real estate professional, and a housing stabilization case manager, which works with the individual once they're housed to maintain that housing. The budgets that I'll go over in the next couple slides include funding for operational staff and operational expenses, and support to CHAP could be provided through these program models. So program costs for the 4 models before you this evening, I'll run through them. For the 50-spot single site program, 24/7, the estimated annual budget is $639,000. Approximately $480,000 of that is budgeted for staff, and the balance goes for operational expenses. Those include portable toilets, the rental and maintenance of them. Excuse me, get this closer. The rental of office space or vehicle, supplies, contingency, and administration. I'll run through for one of these a detailed budget just to give you an example. So for the first program there, as I mentioned, it's about $480,000 for staffing, and that includes positions that I mentioned in the previous slide: housing navigator, the locator, the case manager, and operating staff. The estimate for the portable toilets is $20,000. Estimate for a mobile office rental or for a vehicle is $20,000. Supplies such as food, office, kitchen, linens, and miscellaneous is $45,000. The contingency is $15,000, and administrative is approximately $58,000. Moving on to the next program, a 50-spot scattered site overnight program, for example, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. is approximately $500,000. $375,000 of that is budgeted for staff. The remainder is operational. I won't run through all those expenses for each one of these unless you want me to. The 100-spot single site 24/7 program is approximately $1 million. $850,000 of that is budgeted for staff. And the 100-spot scattered site overnight program, which once again, an overnight program is typically 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., is $919,000, and approximately $740,000 of that is budgeted for staff. So potential sites for a scattered site overnight program. These are ones that we went over in our presentation in November. These would include the parking lots, the Finley Community Center, Utilities Field Office, Sam Jones Hall, City Hall, or another city-owned property that the council may wish to repurpose for this use. The reason why these sites are best suited for an overnight program is that there's restrictions on the parking lot during the daytime. So daytime use of a parking area limits kind of what kind of program you can have there. Scattered site overnight programs, typically they're locations that can't accommodate a large number of spots, so typically fewer than 50 spots. And support to CHAP could be provided through this program model as well. And most of the CHAP sites that participated in the previous safe parking program were smaller, anywhere from like 2 to up to 10 spots, and they were scattered throughout Santa Rosa with a few in the county. So this is sort of the model where CHAP and safe parking fell under before. So potential sites for a single site, 24/7, the best option there is probably vacant property, maybe unimproved. An idea that's come up or that's been mentioned is the KBBF property near Sam Jones Hall. We're not recommending that tonight. We're just simply bringing it up as an option for council to consider. Larger vacant sites without restrictions on parking are more conducive or more suited for a 24/7 program, given the unlimited use of parking area, and they can typically accommodate more spots than the smaller scattered site program. CHAP could also be supported through this model. However, as I mentioned in the previous slide, my experience, at least with safe parking and CHAP, is that they've been smaller sites and scattered. Another potential option for council to consider, given some of the challenges that we're seeing with outdoor shelter models, would be indoor shelter, potentially leasing commercial space for some of these uses. So we covered this slide in the last presentation, and should council wish to move forward with funding a housing-focused safe parking and camping program and supporting CHAP through this, it would require an allocation or appropriation of general fund, which is currently below the policy levels, the reserve policy levels, as you're aware. With that, I'll move to the recommendation. It is recommended by Housing and Community Services that the council by motion provide direction on shelter expansion through a housing first focused safe parking and camping program to include a city-sponsored site plus support to private sites as part of the Community Homeless Assistance Program. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Questions, Council? Mr. Rogers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are going to sound a little bit familiar from the last item. Just to reiterate where I'm coming at this, the obligations we owe exhaust our reserves, and it's $5 million over what we have, that everything that we spend from this point forward is adding into that debt that we have without any certainty of what it'll look like. So I'm not looking to curtail the programs that we've been doing, but adding on additional ones are going to be a bit of a challenge. So what I'm looking for in this discussion with the public and with staff is an answer to the question, where can people go? Where can people be? And that answer to me does not need $1.1 million for people to park. I'm looking for options of city-owned lots, including City Hall, or county-owned, the Veterans Hall, or the fairgrounds, where people can literally just park and be and not be disturbed, so that we have a place for people to be. I'm looking at options like the KBBF property, and I appreciate a number of KBBF's members, board of directors, being here to talk about how can we be a partner within the CHAP program. And I'm looking to see, has anybody stepped up to help the city in addressing this? Has anybody other than KBBF, and obviously we know what happened with First United Methodist, is anybody looking to help us establish a CHAP program and give people a place to be?
No, aside from the Methodist Church and wanting to do their safe camping program, we haven't had anyone come forward other than those sites that participated in CHAP when the county safe parking program was in operation.
Okay, then I think I'll listen to public comment. Again, what I'm looking for is when we leave here tonight, we have an answer to that question, where can people be? And I'm looking for ways that we can do this that don't cost $1.1 million. So I'll look forward to everybody's comments.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, in the recommendation, the last line, or part of the last line, says plus support to private sites as part of the Community Homeless Assistance Program. What does the support look like again? Because to my mind, what was really attractive about the CHAP program was that it was a voluntary endeavor. Hopefully, a number of people would opportunities would pop up because they could be small or.
So I think to answer your question, Councilmember, I think when we engaged in the program, what we found quickly was that it was not a no cost, no commitment from the city program. Very quickly, we were asked to provide even seed money or other considerations or resources to support those endeavors. So that's one of the challenges here, is that while there's been a lot of offers made on the table, the city put out a program that the response, frankly, wasn't real great around. And the questions that quickly came to the council were, can you set aside a little money to do X and a Y and a Z associated with said program? So you heard from staff, they didn't have a tremendous amount of response. And then there was a request for resources to support the initiative.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just to elaborate on that a little bit, as it's currently drafted, the CHAP program also requires coordination through HOST, and so that is a potential additional expense in expanding the CHAP program.
Thank you. Ms. Combs.
Thank you. As we mentioned previously, for the other program, as we implement a program like this and try to make it housing first, which I think is our goal, is to have housing, people on the street also have access to housing first resources. We will want the same kind of data that we asked for in the other program for this program. That's obviously assuming that we fund it as if it was a Housing First program. I'm hearing from some of my colleagues, and I recall the attractiveness of the program was how inexpensive it was, but it wasn't functioning as a Housing First program. So these additional costs have to do with bringing it to a Housing First level program as opposed to a maintenance program. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and the public about that distinction. Would they support it if it was not Housing First? It would also be useful to know, I think we've had an experience with the camp that has had several names and populations near the dollar store in Roseland. And it would be good to know about placement of people into housing from that site, because I have a sense that, in fact, the population there has turned over several times. So how successful has it been that that camp moves people into housing? It would be useful to know that in the future, particularly in evaluating a program like this. I think if I'm trying to be clear, is the 50-spot scattered site overnight, meaning that that's 50, let's say it's 10 cars per spot, 5 spots, would that be the kind of thing you mean, or are you thinking of scattered site like 50 people move to different church locations over the course of the month? Can you clarify what you mean by scattered site, 50 spots?
Sure, so it's not intended to be a nomadic.
It's not intended to be nomadic.
Program, similar to what the Gospel Mission has done successfully for years.
Right.
It's based on my understanding of how the Safe Parking Program operated before, and that they had a number of churches they partnered with who offered up a few spots at their property, and that's where you have the scattered site overnight program, because they're in parking lots that typically get used during the daytime.
My understanding was that the Methodist Church was not successful in moving forward an on-site camping program, but that they have previously and may now have a parking program there. Is that correct? Do you know? They may not have told you about the current parking program since it's not allowed now, but they had it in the past, and I think they have it now.
It is allowed under our chat program. Safe parking is allowed, and so they do have a few spots there. I think it's been up and running for a month or two, and I have been in communication with them. They're very good about reaching out. They've actually submitted an application requesting funding to help with that, because they no longer have that support for porta potties, which was previously provided under the county's program.
Okay, and my understanding, when we first talked about safe parking, I believe the city attorney mentioned this, the CHAP program had required some kind of coordination, check-in, phone call ability or something with the host program. And at that, my recollection from previous meetings was that that cost around $100,000. So I'm trying to figure out if in order for $125,000 for Catholic Charities to provide the support for the scattered sites, by having somebody who drove around and checked to make sure things were okay. And that was the real bottom of the cost funding a long time ago. Do you recall that?
The county funded that program, and Jenny Lynn is here. She can correct me, but my memory is telling me that that program was funded annually at $250,000.
But that was the whole county. That wasn't the city's piece.
Most of those sites were in the city.
Okay. So I have another question, just so you may see where I'm going here. In the previous item, we talked about it quarterly. If we were to do this quarterly with a 50-spot single site and a 50-spot scattered site, what would that roughly, do we have an idea what that would roughly come out to? I have kind of a number, but I'm not, I have a number right around $300,000, maybe less than that, to do the 1/4.
I didn't calculate the proration for each of the 4 programs because we were seeking direction this evening.
Right. Okay, I think I want to hear what my fellow council members think. I have a preference that if we move forward with something, it be housing first, but am willing to entertain that we do the bare bones because I think we need some place for people to go.
Other questions, council? All right, we'll go to the public comment. Gregory Fearon, followed by Alicia Sanchez.
I don't want to repeat myself, but I guess there is something in between housing first and bare bones. I'm not really convinced all these navigators and, I know what's happening in the camps, and it's almost nobody. But it's so self-supporting and so self-enriching and so readying of people to be in permanent housing compared to shelters that you got to support it. It's just, it is the way in which people in this community have gotten into housing. I will put the data out of safe parking and safe camping against anything you're funding in terms of production. And I just want to, I want to point out that our legal project, engaging 647 people who got infractions, the more we connect with those folks, and we are, the more we're going to be able to tell you what worked. And we'll do that to give you that insight. But I'm going to not go out on a very big limb here by saying I'll bet when all of that comes in, you're going to find that what has helped people get into housing hasn't been staff in agencies. It's probably been a whole lot of community and staff together where they do work together, and it's been a whole lot of environments in which they were not either cowered in fear and violence, which is how I will characterize a lot of shelters, but given some degree of responsibility. And I think safe parking and safe camping are the best chance to do that.
Alicia Sanchez, followed by Richard Canini.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alicia Sanchez, and I'm the board president of the KBBF Board of Directors. And regarding this item, the Board of Directors is very open and willing to participate in this program. And the reason is because we really do feel that the Finley Avenue, our property on Finley Avenue, 4010 Finley Avenue, is an ideal place for this project that's going to happen. I would like to renew our invitation for all the council. I know Jack Tibbins has been to our property, but I would like for the rest of you to come so you can see that how appropriate this place is for the homeless. The other issue that I wanted to talk about is that also I would like, if it's possible, and respectfully request that the lien forgiveness item that we have sent a proposal to you, but we also would like to, if you permit, for one of the volunteers to give copies of that proposal to the clerk. I would really appreciate it. One of the things for many people who do not know about KBBF is that we are the first bilingual community radio station in the United States. It was born in Finley, the property there in Finley. And in 1973, with the help of the Kennedy Foundation, we were able to get an antenna all the way up to Mount St. Helena in a helicopter, and was able to then be able to broadcast over 18 counties. Now, of course, we also are on the internet, so we are able to serve more people in the community. Our audience is predominantly Spanish speaking. During the fires crisis that we had, we were able, and we were the only radio station that was giving out information in Spanish. We were the ones that we would translate any information that came in English and put it on the air in Spanish and bilingual. We also did it in other indigenous language like Triqui, Zapoteca, and Mixteco. We are a great resources to the community, and people have known Finley, where we are this property there, as one. Unfortunately, we're not able to be there right now, but one of the hopes that I hope is that we can still use that property continue to serve the community. And this is not just the Spanish-speaking community, but all the community right now that is in such great need. I also want to say that we are 100% volunteers. We are all, none of us get paid, so what we're asking is for this agenda to be put, the lien forgiveness to be put in the next board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Richard Canini, followed by Steve Singleton. Mr. Canini gone? Mr. Singleton. He'll be followed by Peggy Hendricks.
Well, good evening, folks. My name's Steve Singleton. I was born and raised right here. I'm also the head facilitator at the Tent City. I have no idea where all this money or people are going because I haven't seen nobody get housed. I think that the Tent City is gelling. It'll work. It takes time. Everybody's got problems and issues, and I'm like Greg, I'm not going to say with no numbers, nothing, but the stability is starting to work. We have elderly back on medication, a lot of things. The coordinator or the navigator, whatever she was, came to my door the other day. It took me 5 minutes to get it out that she worked for Catholic Charities. And I don't know where she's going to navigate us to, the creek or what, because there is no housing right now. Most of the people, there is different categories, most people that I deal with that are with me have credit issues. My wife and I both, I'm disabled. I worked for the county for a while. My wife works. So we have income, but we can't, our credit shot from previous whatever. So, all this money and everything, in the shelter, I have a safety issue there, my personal issue. So I got to get surgery on my shoulder, and I got to be stable. And it's going to be like a year recovery. So we need to figure this out for the people that are there, for the elderly, to the young. You start moving around again, the mental health issues start popping up. We got them back on medication since we've been there, 13 weeks this Thursday? So, and there's a lot of things that are talked about tonight, but we need to resolve this as a group, as people together. There's right and there's wrong. It seems like I heard a lot of wrong and not right tonight. So, I don't understand a lot of the money because I'm not sure you give me that kind of money and take them people, I guarantee you we'd live for 10 years. We do our own bathrooms. We do the trash. We're having, Green River haul off our trash right now. We're doing it ourselves. So, there's a lot of things, and I understand that my community has done a lot of things, damage around town, and there's been a lot of issues over the years. And I've been out here off and on a lot of years, so, they call me the old man, whatever you want to call me, but we need to figure this out as a group. You guys are more of a dollar sign than you're worried about people. So we need, maybe come visit us and see what it's like. I had health people there today, 15 of them. I had more people in there getting checked up than I've ever seen. So you guys think about it. That's a lot of money for I'm not sure what. Thank you.
Thanks. Peggy Hendricks, followed by Eric Fraser.
Good evening, everyone. I missed dinner at the Tuesday night church, so my stomach will be growling. I became homeless in 2015, January 19. In 2006, I was in the back of, I was at the Sloan House, and I got really sick. I've been sick all my life with blood disease, and I got really sick, and I was in the hospital for a month. Had to poop. When I got out, I had a poop bag, and all my insides were all tore out and taken out. And I lived in the back of Catholic Charities in the cancer ward. At the library, they have a roof over every head. 2007, a 10-year plan to end homelessness, and I recognize some of the names. And some of those names are directors of programs that are still trying to end homelessness, that haven't done their job. That was in 2007. You can look it up in the library. I was going to use the projector, but I had to take a shower at the Dollar Tree and then take the bus over here because I live out on the streets. Before 2015, between 2000 and 2010, a lot of people got hurt at work, and they went on workman's comp, and they took pain pills prescribed by their doctors, and then they were cut off. In 2014 and 15, or 15, 16, this county, they were going to take care of the homeless and the veterans. And then I heard, and then they were doing road work all the way up to Lucerne. And then those, Lake County became homeless because of a fire up there. They came down and they became homeless. It's Catholic Charities is over there by 465. They only have one meeting on Tuesdays, recovery meeting. I go to recovery meetings right over here also. NAAA. I have to charge my phone. I'll go anywhere, actually. I live on the streets out here, right here. Right here. This is my, right here. Michael McGuire. God bless him and his family. I'm getting to know everybody. I see Tom and Jenny having a private meeting at the living room in October. I was living in a bush between Arby's and McDonald's over there on Harper. Thank God I was in Arkansas, and I went to Arkansas without my teeth. As you well know, I spoke here without my teeth because I was raped, and I heard from people under the bridge, what was going to happen to me. Probably because I know, about fraud fraud, the mobile shower in 2015.
Peggy, I need you to wrap it up.
Last year was to invest in the children, take care of the elderly.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Eric Frazier, followed by Adrian Lobby.
I'm up here, Ms. Gomez. Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak once again. I'll make this quick. My concern, as I said through this, is that you have to find a way for people to park safely. It's just common sense. And it shouldn't cost $1.1 million. One of my concerns is in a professional context, we know when we engage a contractor and they don't really want to do the work, they give you a really big figure. Hopefully you'll go away. So my concern is, has this process been a competitive process? We heard from staff, for instance, say that people that want to engage in the CHAP program have been submitting proposals for this or that, a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, but it doesn't sound like those are actually invitations to engage in an actual RFP. And if not, why not? It just doesn't, it boggles the imagination that we're here tonight in the age of a budget crisis, as Vice Mayor appropriately pointed out, and the only alternative seems to be, from staff, a $1.1 million program. I mean, that's just really, my goodness, it certainly wouldn't last in a business context. It's just so far outside of reality. But you have to find a way. people are in their cars. That might be their only asset. That might be the only thing holding them together, getting them to their jobs. It shouldn't cost $1.1 million to have 100 parking spaces. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Our little clock here isn't working, so it's a little hard to judge sometimes. I'm Adrienne Lobby with Homeless Action. I think the question that you ask, where can they go, is the bottom line question here that we're talking about. Of course, I don't even know where to start. There's been so many things that have been said. We have two emergencies. We have the fire emergency, we have the homeless emergency. And to some extent, what all you did for the fire survivors has made the homeless emergency quite poignant, because we know now what can be done. We know that rules can be waived. We know that help can come. And I realize that you don't have the state and federal backup that you might have for fire recoveries and fire emergencies. But there were people who opened their hearts because the city opened its heart. The staff opened its heart. We don't see that for the homeless people. And so here we are going, oh, we need to have all this money. Let me back up a little bit and say there's a difference between the people who use safe parking, people who use safe camping. Safe parking people have cars. The longer you're homeless, the more likely you do not have a car. So these people are generally not as traumatized. We help run a safe parking 27 slots near Cottingtown for a cost of $1,000 a month for the porta potty. That's it. They run themselves. They take care of themselves. Occasionally, one of us advocates come over there and do a little extra work. Safe camping is generally people who fit that most vulnerable people. And if we talk about the camps we have now, because let's just get practical, partly because of your project, your pilot project to move out people out of the camps, we now have between 110 and 140 people camped out behind the dollar store on Sebastopol Road. The county has said, we're not going to move those off. We're going to have what they're calling a navigation center. Basically, they're going to try to do some of what you all did with the fire victims, surround them with love. Lots of agencies are going to come in. For 1 month, they're going to have a lot of services on site. That is fantastic. Fantastic. At the end of that month, I'm going to predict that the supervisors are going to look around and go, well, we did what we could. We got 10 people into housing. Wow, that's pretty good. And then they're going to look to your police and say, get rid of these people because we need to start construction. Where are they going to go? KBBF is the first and best option that we've had in years. So please consider it seriously.
Thank you, Ms. Lobby. Adrian Shader, is he still here? Victor Puterbaugh? He'll be followed by Joni Goshorn.
This is my first time here, but
Speak right into the microphone.
this is my first time here, so this is a new rodeo for me. But where do I park? I've lived here my whole life. I've worked my butt off my whole life. I had to quit working to take care of my mom. She passed away. All I have is a car. Where do I park? Where do I sleep? You know, I've done my tax. I pay my taxes every year. But what they're asking for is all this money for staff. Back in the 90s, I worked at a volunteer center, and we volunteered our time for that. They used to have a shelter out there on San Jose Avenue. You know, we volunteered. They had volunteers to cover all the staff. That's a lot of money for work, for staff members. I mean, if you're paying your staff members that much money, I want to work for you guys. But I just like to know where can I go park and sleep and not be messed with at night. That's all I want to know. Friends of mine have campers. They have to move their campers every night because the police come and tell them to move. There are people out there that make homestead. They make trash, garbage, all that stuff. That's wrong. But there are people out there that just want some place to sleep, and we're not getting that. All this money they're wanting, I mean, where's our shelter? Where's some place for somebody to just go there and sleep at night? Somebody has a hard time, somebody gets kicked out of their house, or somebody gets, something happens tragic in their family, and they have nowhere to live. They have nowhere to go but the streets. And you go to the streets, you get arrested. That's crap. I mean, that's all I want to say, because I don't understand where can I park tonight in my car and be safe and sleep? Nowhere. I talked to the officers here. They said that's this law, but if you're an ICE officer, they might need to stay the night. That's why. I go there at night, I sleep, I get up in the morning, I leave before anybody shows up for work. But that's wrong. Why is that wrong? Thanks, I guess. I mean, this is a bunch of crap, to tell you the truth.
Joni Gosshorn, and she'll be followed by Deborah.
Yeah, I figured out how to work this. Good evening, council members. I'm glad to see you all here tonight and all in good health. I know that's been an issue. I'm Joni Gosshorn. I'm here with Homeless Action, although I am speaking for myself this evening.
Joni, please speak a little closer to the
Okay, how's that? So first of all, I just want to say one thing I think that has been left out of this, and this is probably for you, Councilmember Rogers. We lost $400,000 last July for safe parking. Catholic Charities had that funding removed. So we're already behind before the fires. Now the problem has quadrupled. The other thing, Councilwoman Combs, you mentioned you don't want to sleep in a room with 50 people. I don't think any of us really do. So what's a good alternative? People who have cars, I have people that come to me since I've been working on this. I'm in real estate, and people are like, what can I do? How should I go about trying to help people? What can I donate? One of the things that's come up has been RVs. Where can we park them? I'm in full support of KBBF for that facility. I think that's one site, but one of the things I'm working on personally is trying to find places that make sense. City of Santa Rosa, you have 655 sites here in this town. I downloaded the spreadsheet. What of those sites have been identified as possible sites for safe parking and affordable housing? What are we doing working with that? The main thing is we need a place to put people, and cars, RVs, tiny homes, I think are a very good solution. So I don't think spending money on, you can spend money on a lot of things, $20,000 for toilets, I don't know, is that realistic? But we just need a space to put them and hook into existing utilities. Make sure I don't have anything else that I wanted to say. Oh, the last thing I wanted to talk about is HUD talks about the definition of homelessness, and one of them is the imminent risk of homelessness, which I think, again, Councilwoman Combs, you're familiar with. Tomorrow is 60 days from the date that a lot of people have been given notice to evict. We're looking at a whole new crop of homelessness. So please let them sleep in their cars and let them have a safe place to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah Tavares, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Deborah Tavares with StopTheCrime.net, and that involves you. And how that involves you is that the homelessness is exacerbated by the fires. It was enormous to begin with before. We don't have housing. Why is that? Because you're bringing in resilient requirements that will require smart applications in all the homes to reduce your phony greenhouse gas emissions scheme, to reduce our carbon footprint. The building codes in response to these schemes do not allow land developers to build anything that would capture your low-income housing. Airbnb is run by Google. It is not intended to provide housing month-to-month tenancy. It is intended to soak up the housing that we don't have under contractual agreements with Google, Airbnb. I have people that lost homes on Fountain Grove. We have million-dollar homeowners that are homeless. They're leaving this state right now, and they're going to Oregon and elsewhere because there is no housing. and you sit there being an incorporated city, acting like you are doing anything for the people, and you're not. Your corporation agreements with all of the funding mechanisms that you accept and your consensus-led phony meetings it's so rigged, it's so obvious. And I'm certain that you don't realize maybe what you're really doing. Maybe you don't. I would hope that you really didn't, and you were blind in thinking that you really had an opportunity to help the people that are sitting here tonight asking for help as the homeless rates increase day after day. How many people of those homeless people are targeted individuals? Do you even know what that is? Do you know we have millions of TIs, targeted individuals, throughout this country? Do you dare even learn what that reality is? Those are people that are targeted with all types of gang stalking, that are losing their jobs, aren't able to make a living, and are created into homeless environments not of their choice. Have you gone and checked to see how many people here in Santa Rosa are targeted? I can tell you, you have lots of targeted individuals. I know many of them. And many of them have cars, they can't stay overnight, and they are horrified. They're afraid of law enforcement, and they're constantly harassed, constantly.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Anita LaFollette.
Dwayne. The Sonoma County Grand Jury released a report in March of last year, and it stated that the county should work together with you, the city, to see about utilizing a couple of sites. One was the community hospital site, and the other was the Veterans Memorial Building. I volunteer with churches and veterans organizations. I've participated in food giveaways and lots of other activities. There's a lot of volunteers out there that would like to help. What we'd like to see, myself and some others have talked about this, is scattered site. Right now you push everything over to Roseland, where I'm from. Everybody looks at it like, well, that's there. We got a really big city. It's got a footprint almost as big as San Francisco. We should be helping people in small, scattered site, safe parking and camping. Let people have a break from you, if you will, their fears. I've heard a lot of people here tonight speaking about fear and being concerned about a number of negatives. It's been 1994. There was talk here about the anti-car camping ordinances that were put together then because homelessness was first being faced back then. So I would ask you to work with staff and volunteers. Let people sleep in their cars in safe spaces where you work with volunteers. You're going to be broke. We know this, okay? And I take no offense from the fact that you guys are broke. I knew it was coming, and it's just the nature of our society. We go up, we go down, and back around. So let's work together. Let car camping happen. KBBF people, my family, my father served out there at that Naval Air Station. I know it well. It's a good spot. But not everybody should have to go out there. If you're from the east side of town, you should be able to have a spot somewhere over there. On the north side of town where you're from, somewhere over there. So that people can get a sense of place if they have to camp. The car, people can drive to another spot. But campers need to have a little bit of stability. Most of all, get them in out of the rain in some sort of shelter that's not just these thin nylon tents in this cold, harsh weather, especially during a flu season. There's going to be some more sickness coming our way. And then the people at Camp Last Chance, they may be concerned, but they're sleeping above toxics. find a way
Mr.
for
DeWitt.
them to be safe. Thank you.
Anita La Follette, followed by Thomas Ells.
Good evening. Thank you for having us and listening to us. I'm a little floored. I don't know what to tell you, but I am for any funds that you want to help us with to take care of the people that are living in tents, whether they're, I commend KBBF for their attempt at doing this. I hope you support them because we need to have a place for these people to live. Yes, you can't function in society unless you have a place to hang your hat. And I just want to remind you that any money that you give to an organization that doesn't give you credible assessment of where they spent that money, I would be questioning. And I don't know how much background information you know about the HCA funds, but I wouldn't vote on something if you didn't know where the money was going and what it was doing. And I'm all for Housing First because I think the people out, if you want to go out and visit the people at that encampment, they're picking up their hats and going out the door. A lot of them are working, they're doing the best they can, and they need support because they have no place to throw their garbage and they need porta potties. So you know that and I know that. And I also want to remind you that Burbank is still evicting people. They're evicting old ladies whose children won't move out. And that is more of the kind of social work you want to do. Before they're put on the streets, you don't need any elderly women or men on the streets. I did want to say that for sure. And I also want to question the fact that there is federal money out there, and I don't know, you mentioned something about HUD vouchers, which landlords won't take, and rapid rehousing, which landlords won't take, but for some reason there's money going to the fairgrounds to build 80 homes over there, because I understand there's 80 people that are homeless because they lost their, they're in the motels. These are the people that lost their homes for fire. So if they can get money to get homes, I guess it's from FEMA, is there not money for 80 more so that we can put these people into a house? That's my question. And if your housing folks don't know that, and maybe they just didn't express it to me very clearly, then I would want them to do some research and find out if there isn't funds to get housing for the people who are in tents. So thank you very much for listening. And also I wanted to let you know that, I put in an application for a CHAP program a long time ago, and I wanted $300,000 so I could open the water agency, which is where they could all be right now tonight.
Thank you. Thomas Ells, followed by Scott Wagner.
Thank you very much for your patience. I heard a lot of people, and thank you for putting this on the agenda because, there is some question about these programs, and you ask, particularly safe parking, safe camping, you ask, well, where's the community support? Well, the living room, Fish, I think St. Vincent's, if you were to ask them, so they didn't ask you, but if you were to ask them, they could be included. The Armory, the Incarnation, they did it before. They might be doing it now. I won't say. Shomri Torah, Sonoma County, First United Methodist Church, KBBF, big property. Shanate, huge. The vet building, gigantic. As I've said before, I've seen that property over there being utilized to its fullest extent, completely full in every room, and there was still enough room outside to have bus training for bus drivers to drive around in that parking lot. That's how huge that parking lot is. The really difficult thing as we go back before was portable insurance, to have the insurance that somebody could use. And if it had to go through Catholic Charities, there were some people who didn't want to do it, or whatever. It was Catholic Charities with the insurance, and they were involved. So that's why you don't have people signing up with, whether they're churches or whatever, they're just doing it on the side. They're just doing it on their own. They're not asking for anything from anybody, and they're doing it. It's a very quiet operation that they do. But if you have a portable insurance policy that's similar to the indemnification you're talking about for the renters, you would have an outpouring. It's the same thing you could use at the vet building and things like that. Again, that's the county that is operating that. So the question of Housing First and coordinated entry, they're supposed to have coordinated entry for all of the homeless, no matter where they are. What difference does it make where they are? Coordinated entry is supposed to be available for them. No wrong door. So that funding is already there. You don't need to double fund that. Why is that? There's a homeless count. There's so many people. They're homeless. They're supposed to have coordinated entry for that. Housing First. There's only so many houses. There's housing managers, housing navigators. They're already there. There's so many homeless. Why do you have to double count that? Why do you have to double pay for that? I'm not really sure why that is. But we definitely need more houses. We definitely need more places for people to stay. So when it's a camp, when it's a car, when it's something like that, that's an additional space. We definitely need that. We know we need that. We're not double counting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Wagner.
See this if it's not flat. No, you can't. Can someone help me? I just need something about boards. Just saw a book or two would be wonderful. Yeah, it's okay.
You can see what you got there.
Let me just give you a kind of sample. This is something that we've been working on for a while. I'm going to move off the mic for a moment because I want you to see this. This isn't a final, of course. We're not trying to do anything real specific for you. We just want to give you some kind of sense of where we might be heading. Now, this is a phase one look at financial projections for KBBF's site. And you can see that I've got and this is me just riffing here, mostly here, just trying to put together something for the next 4 months. All right, so you've got an initial cash outlay. It's relatively modest, right? Not a lot of money. And your first cash expenses until you guys can get through your budget process, something along the lines of $15,000. Now think of that as a capitalization expense. Don't think of that as your monthly expense. Here comes your monthlies, okay? This is more the sort of annual look. This is a 3-year deal we're proposing, okay? Right? I don't know if you've heard this, but we're trying to scramble to get something together here for you. So we're envisioning a 3-year deal. Again, once the deal gets set, some more expenditures to move it from a small, about 30 tents, which we want to start with, moving it into an 85 tent. And at capacity, I want you to take a look at these numbers. Now, I don't want to vouch for these as some kind of like hardcore, this is the baby, okay? I just want you to look at what this looks like on a monthly cost basis. All right, and that's us doing a best guess. 25 of us or so have looked at this, and there's been a lot of good input. Down at the bottom, you can look through a little bit if you'd like as we speak. Down at the bottom, the totally monthly expense overall $35,000. But look at what this is per person. I mean, this is crazy. This is $8 per person per day. And what are you doing for them? All right, you've got about 2.5 FTE staff. All right. Including everything, staff, management, administration. You got a shitload of volunteers wandering around helping you, okay? You got a lot of like semi-volunteers helping you because if you look over here at on-site mobile services 2/3 of the way down. Look at all these services that are being provided. Now that's again a projection, you know, it's a little under $5,000 a month, but we can get people in to do and help with stuff like that and get us really fully situated into a nice housing-centric situation.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
You're welcome.
That's all the cards I have. Bring it back to the council. Council, any questions? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been talking with the county. That's my understanding. The ad hoc. Is there any talk about cost sharing or alignment of goals around something like this?
As I said before, our task on that ad hoc committee is to establish a primary decision-making body. Is that correct? To implement the primary recommendation of the home base report. Once that body's in place, the decisions will be coming from there. Not necessarily decisions about funding and policy, but about how to use that funding and implement those policies.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. How much is left in the CHAP account, or did that get rolled? Was that turned back in our last budget? I think there's 20,000 originally.
20,000. It's still there, and it's available this fiscal year.
Okay. Months and months ago now, after safe parking dissolved, I held 2 community meetings on safe parking and got some good feedback. And some of the things that were encumbrances for these groups was the requirement of hosts. And at that time, I think the funding for hosts to do safe parking had gone away, which basically nullified the CHAP program. And similarly, it was not allowed to have alternative structures at that time. There was a couple of folks, one guy I'm thinking of in particular by the West End Market that I met. He had a trailer. Somebody was letting him stay behind his unit, and the trailer was not allowed as a structure. And I think we talked a little bit about trying to include alternative structures, but I'm trying to throw out some ideas to make CHAP more successful, because I still believe that if the process is simplified, if we can legally do that, there's a lot of opportunity for groups, and particularly faith-based organizations, to step up and help out. There's no shortage of interest out there, but there is a shortage of experience and patience with going through the application process. And I agree with Vice Mayor Rogers in his point. It's very difficult to look at $1.1 million when we've got the deficit. And last time we discussed this, I brought up using City Hall, and I think some of the rationale that we received that why that wouldn't work is that staff are here pretty early, which indicates to me a lack of desire to share space potentially. But I kind of go back to what Vice Mayor Rogers was proposing, and that is to identify some spaces where people can park with impunity if we're going to also have the misdemeanor enforcement strategies that we have. And my recommendation would be City Hall from something like 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., or if that's too late in the morning, go 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. The downtown enforcement team can come by and move people out, but at least they'd have a place to go and they don't get the flashlight shined in the window at 2 a.m. The other one is KBBF. I did attend and went out there and met with Alicia and everybody. And it really is, to me, a good site. It's right by Sam Jones Hall. And from a service standpoint, or if there's an incident standpoint, that seems like a convenient location. The nearest neighborhood residence was probably a quarter of a mile to a half a mile away in any direction. It was pretty isolated out there. And so I throw it out there to the body to consider. But I'm in agreement with Vice Mayor Rogers. Coming out of this, we need to find a fiscally conservative way to give people a safe space to go.
Okay, I'd like to see if there are any more questions before we get a motion on the table. Are there questions? Yes, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't mean to put the city attorney on the spot, and maybe there's a way to answer this question without too much specificity. But when private parties like the chat program was originally intended, that's what I thought. When they choose to be a part of a program and we provide kind of greasing the wheels a little bit in our zoning and our planning department to help them move forward, that's one animal. When the city is paying to have people, they are participating as a city with a program like some that people have suggested tonight. It does complicate things, does it not, when the city becomes involved on an ongoing basis, paying for programming or paying for other things? Does that not make us liable at some level and perhaps expose us to give us some exposure legally if we are supporting a program on an ongoing basis?
I will agree. It certainly complicates the matter, and depending on the circumstance and how it's structured, it can expose the city to some liability as well.
Just saying signing a waiver doesn't work. I mean, that veil is easily pierced, and so the big attraction to me for the chat program was that it avoided all of that. It allowed people to help their neighbors without having the city get involved, and with all of that, with that involvement comes a fair amount of baggage. And the chat program alleviated that baggage from those who were willing to be a part of that program. And that was one of the things that was very attractive to me, was they could be more nimble and they could get up and kind of be effective more rapidly than getting monies on an ongoing basis from us. So I still like the chat program. I don't know, there is the funds sitting there waiting for some kind of use. I have had a problem with, I continue to have a problem with the city getting involved in deeming a particular area for camping and for parking when those questions are unanswered about our liability. And if someone were to, with that sponsored environment, someone is either injured in one way or another, or whether that be seriously or not so seriously, it does put the people of Santa Rosa, could put the people of Santa Rosa holding the bag in something like that camping environment. It makes me nervous, and I'm not in favor of it. And I think that if we can find some other alternative, a private alternative, then I would be supportive of it.
Further questions? Ms. Combs, do you want to
Thank you.
figure this out?
If I may make a comment first, I want to thank staff for bringing this forward. I want to thank Catholic Charities for suggesting and budgeting for this. I want to thank the folks who came to speak on it for making clear where your hearts and your concerns are. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for agendizing the topic. I'm keenly aware that last Thursday during goal setting, we had 7 council members select homelessness as our top priority. Select homelessness as one of our goals, and it was the only item that had all 7 of us. Over a year ago, we declared a homeless emergency, and I think that we're continuing to try and figure out how to solve deep and difficult questions. I agree with the Vice Mayor that our number one question needs to continue to be, where can people go? Where can people go sleep? We're seeing ahead of us a property where there's easily 100 people living that need a place to go, and that are not going to be able to stay there because of construction coming on that property site. I am going to make a motion that does not include specificity about locations. I am willing for staff to explore locations. I appreciate Councilmember Sawyer's concerns, and as many locations as we can find that use the resources of Catholic Charities for protecting folks. I know under some of the CHAP programs, they provided the liability, and I thought that was a valuable feature of the CHAP program, so I appreciate your support of that. So I'm not going to be specifying locations. I think it is a good idea to explore KBBF. They are the only commercial property owner who has come forward to offer their site. So it makes sense to me. I think based on how we were agendized that I probably couldn't direct us tonight, but I do hope we look that way. So I'm going to move, two of these move forward. The 50-spot single site 24/7 and the 50-spot scattered site overnight. As I think we need both options available to us. I am willing in my motion to be flexible about the numbers. If it turns out that staff says it needs to be 55 overnight and 45 24/7 or some other combination. I'm looking, because we have at least 100 people to place, that we find 100 spaces. And again, I appreciate that may not fall out perfectly 50-50. I have a tendency not to prefer all or nothing solutions because they don't tend to serve the people that we're trying to serve. These are definitely folks where one size doesn't fit all. So I'm looking if we could fund, again, a 50-spot. My motion is to fund a 50-spot, roughly, single site 24/7 and roughly 50-spot scattered site overnight for 1 quarter. And I think that comes to roughly 300,000, but I understand that you will need to come back with the contracts and that number may vary a little bit. And it certainly brings us closer to the $5,000 a household figure that we've seen used in other places. So the motion, that would be the motion that I would make, is that we give people a place to go for the quarter until we can discuss it for the budget cycle. As an aside note, I will note that we have recently had an article that discussed that we would be spending $20 million to repair a water system for about 300 households. And I think that looking at $300,000 to cite 100 folks makes sense in the context of some of the resources that we need to look at for emergency and for disasters. So I am open to negotiating on this. But that's my motion, and I hope we can find a second.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? Mr. Tibbetts.
I second the motion, but fearing its failure, I'd like to also present two other separate individual alternative motions.
Well, I'm looking to our parliamentarian here.
Sorry for more complication.
He can offer substitute or alternative motions, or you could just ask me to modify mine.
These are pretty specific. I'd like to present a motion as direction to staff on CHAP and tweaking some things that I think will make it more accessible and hopefully more widely utilized. And then I also wanted to submit a motion on City Hall for a period of 90 days as a pilot program.
Those would be separate motions, and if you have a couple of avenues again. If you want to, ask for a friendly amendment to incorporate those elements into the original motion, you could do that. Or if you offered it as a substitute motion, you really can't do that after you've seconded. So you've seconded the motion as it currently stands.
So if it fails, we'll have the option to put forward a new
Yes, if
motion.
it fails, then you have the option of offering other alternatives.
The motion that I've put forward does not preclude the other two motions, as I understand it.
No, it does not, and it also, even though you were a second, you are not precluded from asking for a friendly amendment. That's another option.
So if we get, so council, if we get into site-specific declarations in this environment, I will remind council that one of the things that happens all the time is incredible pushback from community members that are adjacent to those sites being proposed for these solutions. Staff's proposal, and if you direct site-specific, we would be going through a community process. That, I think, is the expectation that council has established in the past, so I would need clear direction that is not the expectation to do any kind of community input process, because that is actually one of the things that happened with one of the churches, is that then staff was left trying to answer a question about why no community input took place about that particular church site. And again, that was delivered to the provider of the service in the CHAP program. That was one of the faults detected in the CHAP program, is that there was an assumption that somebody was going to do communication to the community. And once again, that fell back on the city to do that communication. So if there is any proposal that involves a specific site in any type or way, shape, form, I would highly urge the council to go through a process that would include community input and stakeholders. That is going to take some time to arrange, but I would urge that based on past experience around this particular topic.
Is that required?
And if I,
Let me be clear as the motion maker that I think I clearly said that I was not specifying a site at this time. And I'd like to also clarify, if I may, my understanding is that the 50-spot scattered site overnight basically helped make the CHAP program Housing First. So it is a kind of funding of CHAP. Is that incorrect assumption?
Support to CHAP sites through this can be achieved through this program.
It could be achieved through
Yeah,
this
we haven't
program.
flushed out those details, but
Yeah, that's fine.
the idea is that, yes, this is Housing First.
So the proposal is 1 month Housing First, including CHAP sites as well as a possible single 24/7 site. I just wanted to make sure you understood that I considered CHAP to be within this.
And I'm going to ask again if there's a second for that motion.
I'll still second, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Discussion. Mr. Rogers.
So I think for me, and I understand fidelity to the model, and I think that that's really what you've seen with Housing First. When we had this conversation a year ago, it was not, for me personally, a conversation about whether or not we should allow people to sleep in their cars. That's a ridiculous conversation to me that we have to be having. It was whether or not we were spending our funds on a program that allowed people to sleep in their car when those funds could be going to another program, and whether or not that was more effective. I'm still at the point, as I've made clear throughout the night, where I can't support $300,000 for a program, but I'm also still at the point where I can't answer the question of where people can go, and still think that it's ridiculous that we're discussing whether or not we're going to allow people to sleep in their cars. So for me, what I would like to see is for the city, for now, to be agnostic about our properties on whether or not somebody is sleeping in their car or whether or not they're camping in their cars. I'm not specifying a specific property. We can talk about that if you need that. I know staff will be bringing forward direction after, or some form of, they're just getting direction right now.
So I will point out that this has been a central tenet to how we've approached several areas about where people are residing. So if council wants to change that, I would recommend bringing back an ordinance relief that specifically addresses this so there's no confusion, because right now, that is actually one of the tools that the staff is utilizing in its process that it goes through when it looks at the matrix and looks at public property. So if there is a desire to change that rule, I would ask that that be the actual item brought forward, that we can bring back that particular piece of relief, happy to do so, that looks at public property and looks at a campus, but I'm running out of, I run into a mass confusion when I start to try to sort out what's okay, what's not okay in this conversation. So if that's the request, happy to do it. That's not the motion on the table, but
I'd like us to address the motion that's on the table for right now.
All right, then let me get through explaining what I would like to see. I personally would like to see us have that conversation about allowing people to park and sleep in their cars between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., as was mentioned. I'd like us to ask the county to do the same with their properties, including the Vets Hall, the fairgrounds. And I'll point out that to the point that was made about fire relief, fire victim relief, the state, the governor, unilaterally made the same decision about fairgrounds, preempting locals' ability to block temporary structures from being placed on them. I'm happy to look at that same idea. As I said, I can't support funding tonight for this program, but happy to entertain that in the budget process when we get there. And then also directing staff to move forward with KBBF, seeing what it would take for us to support a CHAP at the KBBF property, in particular in resolution of the lien issue that is there as well. There are more people that I'd like us to engage, more spiritual institutions, more businesses, but that's all we can really control right now. So with respect to the current motion on the table, I can't support the funding, but I am looking for that kind of an option moving forward, and hopefully my council will support that after this motion.
Do you remember all that?
Any other comments? Mr. Schroeder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am supportive of some of those thoughts, and I totally agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, about what our joint city-county ad hoc committee is doing in the focus of the, that just lost me, the one single unit that'll make those decisions. But we also discuss, what are you currently doing? What are we currently doing? And to me, this is something that's more of a regional issue. It's just not the city of Santa Rosa. So I'm not supportive of funding something that we ought to be in partnership with our county, come up with the solutions. So some of your suggestions, Vice Mayor, resonate with me, because I think we did cover this with, we have an existing CHAP program. So again, it seems like that's been out there. We're asking the community to help, but every time it keeps coming back here. So I'm not supportive of this because I don't think it's a wise investment of our dollars, but I do want to continue the conversation because I don't have all the answers to everyone's challenges. I don't think this is the solution that works for me.
Ms. Combs.
My understanding is that one of the reasons the CHAP program collapsed was the requirement that it have a host connection or a third-party connection. And because there was no money for that, that connection couldn't go forward. So the CHAP program doesn't exist functionally because we aren't funding the third-party connection. And this is a mechanism to start that funding. So I hope that if you support the CHAP program, you will support this motion.
Thank you. So the question that's been raised over and over again tonight is about where can people go to? We obviously need to answer that, but I don't think that this is the answer. We're looking at $13,000 a year per person. Why don't we just rent apartments? You know, with the kind of the other benefits that people have, whether it's SSI or disability or veterans housing, you know, you could practically rent apartments in Santa Rosa for that kind of money. I can't support the cost of this. The problem is that we still don't answer the question. If we don't pay this cost right now, And I think that that's going to have to be the result, is that the question doesn't get answered tonight. Right now, we're looking at 120 people or so out in the Roseland Village property. And we need to answer the question of where they can go. But I don't think we could answer it just on Santa Rosa's decision or Santa Rosa's dime. We need to work together with the county on this. We need to work with the state in their housing department and their mental health department. We need to work with HUD at the federal level. And we actually agreed on a process a couple of months ago in November to set up a primary leadership group that will do exactly that, that will put all of those resources together to make decisions that, so we can have a collective decision that has that collective impact. And I think that we need to let that process happen. Let's figure out what that leadership group is. We paid for the study. We helped pay for that study. This was the #1 recommendation out of that. We all agreed that we supported it. So at this point, I'm just not able to support this at almost $13,000 a year per person. So we have a motion and a second. And your votes, please. And that fails with 4 noes and 2 ayes. The ayes are Ms. Combs and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion, or a substitute motion, another motion, that the city staff have the authority to move forward discussing with KBBF the issue on their property to be discussed or potentially funded if need be in the budget process for us, as well as bringing forward a conversation about city properties that could have an exemption from the camping portion of the ordinance so that we can tell people where they could be between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. while we are attempting to deliver services.
Ms. Gallagher,
Can we do that tonight?
can we do that tonight on this agenda?
You may direct staff to look at options and look at different sites. The particulars of the sites are not obviously on your agenda tonight, but you can direct staff to explore options.
I'd like to second the motion, if I may ask that you don't limit the site opportunities to city sites and KBBF sites.
I think that's fine. I just wanted to, I think that's fine.
Okay, because it may be that another site proves worthwhile, and I would
you're
not want
saying
to cut that out.
If staff has an option talking with one of the religious organizations
Yes.
or a business, okay, that's fine. I don't mean to limit it in that regard.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to say that we keep having this conversation. We get into these conversations about homeless issues in one way or another, and we send staff back out to do something else and something else and something else. It's a cycle that we've gotten into among the council. I understand the desire. We need to figure out some answers. But again, we agreed with the county to pursue this system redesign. And I think we need to let that happen, because we also need to be talking about county sites. A couple of prominent county sites were mentioned tonight as the perfect solution here. We don't have any control over those. So let's work together, and let's let what we've decided the process is going to be, let's let that process happen. Mr. Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with you. What I see here is 2 things. I see a timeline evolving of when we're going to sit down with the county and have a conversation about working together and sharing resource. So there's time embedded in that. There's also staff time embedded in that. And we did just have this conversation at our priorities about not sending them back and forth to have conversations. So, Councilmember Rogers, for me to support your motion, I'd like to see you actually give specific direction to do it, because they're going to come back with something. It's going to be cost, and we're going to have the same conversation again.
Legally, we can't under the Brown Act.
Then here's what I'm going to propose, and if one of you all would give me a second, it'd be appreciated. While we're figuring this out with the county, let's designate City Hall's parking lot as a safe space from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
If I may, the specifics were not before you. This was the general concept of looking at safe parking and safe camping. No specific sites were identified. Some were identified as potential examples, but that's a different conversation if you want to start designating certain sites. That's not before you. If you want to ask staff, to take on that effort to investigate sites, to come back with proposals, you can do that. And Vice Mayor Rogers, in his motion as amended, would do that, would ask staff to spend the time and resources to investigate sites, and he specifically includes City Hall and the KBBF site, but in a general context. We can't make any decision on any specific site tonight.
Okay, understanding that, would it be faster to do it this way, to provide direction to investigate these options, or would it be faster to do something very specific through the agenda setting process? Because I really don't believe what I'm proposing doing here is a huge threat to the city. I think we need to put skin in the game when we have these groups of people moving throughout the city, causing disruptions in neighborhoods. As our Housing First approach works, I think it's responsible for us to provide a space for people to go.
If you want to go that avenue towards getting it on the agenda, then we would go through our normal process where you would make a motion, get a second, bring it back at a future meeting for a vote on whether to put it on the agenda for a later meeting.
So whatever. I think I'll go that route, because I think we need to buy ourselves time, is what I'm hearing, and also not send you all on goose chases to figure these things out.
So that's what I would appreciate. I mean, whatever direction comes out tonight, I need to understand how it interrelates with the work of the ad hoc. And again, I can't get back to the conversation enough that when we were shown all the threads, I think those threads issues that were shown out there are some of the data issues that we're wrestling with, frankly, too. It's hard to pull data out of the system as it stands right now, because everything's driven by an individuated contract, which means that the contractor is sometimes asking to be reporting for every contract holder's specific set of goals, which makes it challenging on staff to maybe pull some of those threads that were asked for earlier. So I'm struggling with sort of how we're not opposed to a direction. We're just trying to figure out how that direction interrelates with the priority of working with the county. That is a longer conversation. So I'm just trying to understand how that all interrelates and how we prioritize that work product moving forward.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. Well, like I said, I understand fidelity to the model. I understand needing to align our dollars with the Housing First focus, and that's how I've consistently voted over the last year, is to do so. But unless this subcommittee that's between the city and the county comes back a month from now with a silver bullet that ends all homelessness for everybody overnight, which would be fantastic, we're still going to need to be able to answer where people can go. So even if we realign all of our services, there will still be people that we can't get to right away, and we'll need to have an answer for where people can be. So I don't want to step on the toes of the subcommittee. I don't want to change the direction of our funding streams into new programs. I'm simply trying to say, and it kills me to have to say this to people, but because we can't get to you right now to help you, where can they go? And that's what I'm looking for.
Ms. Combs.
And that's what I seconded. I think I seconded that one. I was hoping in my original motion that we funded 1 quarter because it gave us time to work out what was going on with the county. It gave us time to be able to answer that question. If we can't fund a quarter, then we still need to have places for people to go, and I'm continuing to support the Vice Mayor's motion, just because we've got to have somewhere people go. And I understand the pressing desire to name places, but I think we can't do that tonight.
Would you repeat your motion, please?
So the motion is to give staff the authority to begin talking with KBBF about resolving the lien issue through this process, through a partnership for potential camping site, as well as bringing forward options for us to consider of our own properties that could potentially be used not as a permanent site for people to be, but as a place where we say we're not enforcing camping, the camping ordinance between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m.
And the motion was amended to include other sites as available.
Correct.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Director Gwine, when do you think you could have this back to us by?
If I understand the motion correctly, and thanks a chance to clarify, this is something you would like to consider in the budget process or in advance of the budget process?
So with the KBBF site specifically, I think that would have to be done through the budget process, because I understand that there's probably going to be a substantial amount of staff work on that in establishing it. For us having an amendment to the ordinance about an exclusion between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. at a specified city site, that would be done prior to the
But
the
that's
budget.
not simply a Mr. Gwine question, that's a legal question as well. So again, I don't know how to answer that question. I understand the desire to get something out of the one department that's heading this issue, but again, it's not simply a question for Housing and Community Services. It's a question for the legal part of the House too, so that we're going to need to take time to actually answer that question. That's why I'm looking for some prioritization. If this is the more important question to answer, there's an attempt to do other things. We're going to need to balance that. I just can't, I don't know how to satisfy all the needs. That's why I'm looking for priority. If this is the priority, staff will mobilize around that priority, but there will be ramifications to that prioritization. And so he can give an answer, but the city attorney needs to look at it. It's not just simply an answer from one part of the operation.
And I think from my perspective, I don't need this to be an immediate thing. I mean, obviously we would like it to be, and the longer that we wait, the more uncertainty there remains for those who are dealing with this. They've also been dealing with it for a year, and I hope they would at least appreciate the ball moving in the right direction, to have a little patience with staff to do so, understanding the challenges that you're working with as well. I just want to make sure the process is moving too.
Yes, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm curious as to how comprehensive this becomes, because if we move down the road of some kind of camping or parking environment, and that does not include some kind of sanitary options, then we are not looking at the big picture. You can't have, I don't see how you can have someone allowed to park in let's just use City Hall, for example, for 12 hours without having portalettes. I mean, there's a restroom. The City Hall does have restrooms. So there would also need to be maintenance, and I mean, that's how many people that would be using it that would normally not be using it in the middle of the night. Impacts on the old plumbing. I mean, where does this where does this conversation go and where does it end? So it's not as simple as just saying, you know, please park here. It's a much broader question than that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's have your votes, please. And that fails 3-3. The ayes are Tibbetts, Combs, and Rogers. Moving on. Item 16.1 has been withdrawn tonight and will be scheduled at a later date as earlier announced. Do we have cards for final public comment? Dwayne DeWitt. Is Dwayne still here? Deborah Tavares. She's still here. Alicia Sanchez. Do you want to do pub? Okay. Tom Sawyer.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name's Tom Sawyer. I'm an engineering project manager, and I also live in a neighborhood where they're going to install a cell.
She's going to lift that up a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Where they're going to install a cell phone tower, and it's being done under permits B173029 and EP180057 and EP170369. Those are the permits. We have a neighborhood that consists of 187 people, and we don't want the cell tower in our neighborhood for the following reasons. One, cell towers emit dangerous RF microwave radiation. Two, it's within 250 feet of an elementary school. Three, it lowers the value of our property. And four, we were never given notification. I found this out by chance looking at the city database. So I'm surprised at that. I don't know what, after hearing the letter that Mr. Corsi wrote, I'm surprised that this thing even got through. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Hanson, be followed by Katia Miller.
Evening, everybody. I didn't come here to speak about this, but as a transmitter tech in the Navy, when I worked on RF and microwave transmitters, I had to be shielded, groin and heart. I couldn't get near an antenna with a transmitter on. I couldn't be shielded in my head because I couldn't work on the transmitter. Now I have tinnitus, 80% hearing loss, and I live with a buzzing in my head 24/7. This city council has been given the information. You know this technology is harmful to the citizens of our city. If you don't eliminate that Verizon contract, you are knowingly putting our citizens in medical harm's way. If you can live with that, I got nothing to say to you. We just got through a 5-year drought. What's projected for our city, our state, is a 30-year drought, starting in 8 years. Yet this city council has aggressively promoted 5,000 new homes in our city. 5,000 new homes that we do not have the infrastructure, we do not have the ability to guarantee a water supply. You've aggressively promoted this construction policy, spent tens of millions of dollars on city street widening projects, approved millions of dollars on cost overruns on those projects, and most of the construction contracts have already been approved. Okay? All this without one vote of approval from the citizens of Santa Rosa. Without one vote of approval of the registered voters of our city. If you want to promote a construction agenda that's negatively impact the quality of life for our citizens, and this construction agenda will, nobody can tell me that 3,000 new single-family tract homes in our city will make our city better. To the citizens who've invested a lifetime, paid for the quality of life we enjoy, this construction agenda does not benefit the public. It benefits the property developers, the banks, the real estate industry.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you.
Katia Miller, she's not here. David Harris, he'll be followed by Scott Wagner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I would like to get this overhead working. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. You know I've spoken with you before about non-flammable building materials, and I was surprised last week, just a week ago today, to get an email forwarded to me by someone who knew I was interested in this, of an email sent out by the Deputy Director of the California Department of Insurance. And I am now beginning to suspect, although many of your names were on it, that you maybe didn't get that email. But there will be a demonstration on Friday the 2nd in Rincon Valley at the Church of Christ parking lot. And the fire marshal, it will be there early to be present. And if I will send an email out about that. I mean, I was not aware that there's someone with a long history with this autoclaved aerated concrete who has gotten the ear of the Department of Insurance. And, you know, I think we should all be thinking about insurance because post-fire, I went to a different agent than I have State Farm insurance that I've had for 30 years. I went to Farmers and they looked at my whole package and said, well, we could insure your cars, but we can't insure your house. And that's going to do away with the discounts you get. We can't offer you anything. And you know, fortunately my house didn't burn. I don't have to look for new insurance, but I think the Department of Insurance understands that we are headed potentially to a real crisis where the insurance companies start saying, and you know, do we want to let people rebuild without having the defense of being able to say to the insurance company, don't turn me down, I have prepared for this. I am not the risk that you're trying to put on me. So you have the opportunity to see a demo, and you know, unfortunately, most of you will probably be at the Board of Economic Development's breakfast, but the guy that's doing this is going to be there all afternoon, so don't worry about when you can show up. It's at the 745 Benjamin's, just south of Montecito. The other thing, though, I did want to comment, and I guess I won't take time to show you a picture, but there was a house that I watched being built up in Fountain Grove on St. Andrews Drive out of insulated concrete forms. And it has long been kind of touted because it's got concrete in it that it is a fire-safe material. I have a piece of the stuff that was used on that house, and I have plenty of pictures that I took after the fire. I don't know whether it's gone now, but that house made out of this stuff with concrete poured in it is completely destroyed. There is misrepresentation going on in our market that this is a fire-safe alternative, and we need to be prepared for some of this kind of stuff, and we need to try and get enough confidence to know how to direct our people to be fire-wise in their rebuilding.
Thank you. Scott Wagner, followed by Christina Schmuel.
A couple of quick comments on what has been said.
I appreciate the dialogue, and I get a real sense that all of you care about this issue, which I really appreciate as a public citizen, and it's nice. I like what you're doing and that you're trying. Of course, I'm unhappy with specific pieces of it. I don't have time to go into all of it. I want to mention Councilman Sawyer's point about insurance. Let's be clear that this is being done, this kind of thing is being done all over the state. All right? Let's be clear that you're not ever going to get out of some degree of liability. And it is incumbent upon the city as a partner, even on a private piece of property, to do a good job or you'll get sued. And that, hopefully, is what you'll find is the end and the beginning of that argument. Let's not try and sit around here for 90 business days and talk about whether our ass is covered or not from an insurance company standpoint, because it won't happen. And on the other hand, it will in a certain way. And we have lots of precedents for that. I mainly want to focus in my 3 minutes here on the ad hoc committee. Finding out about the ad hoc committee, I'm typing furiously while you're speaking, Mayor, because I don't know anything about the ad hoc committee's procedures. It's not public. We don't know when the meetings are. It was extremely ironic for me to hear you say, when is the next meeting? It just, we were told at the initial meetings of the ad hoc committee that it was going to be a public affair. It was clear that it was going to be public. It was clear that it was going to be robust. It was a robust committee connection. And what do we have instead? We've got subterfuge, effectively, not necessarily from a motivational standpoint, but from the standpoint of what's actually happening. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what the ad hoc committee is thinking about with regard to KBBF. Two of the parties haven't even been there yet. We are very frustrated from an informational standpoint. And of course, it comes back to this same thing I mentioned before, that we're not working with staff. So this proposal goes up with nothing whatsoever about this level of homelessness that most of us are trying to address so hard. It's a lack of communication and a lack of clarity, and the people will not stand for it. We cannot stand for it. Mr. Corsi and Mr. Rogers said, where can people go? I want to be explicit. I guess I'm the only person that's going to be explicit here about this, is that these people are going to get kicked out from behind the dollar store, and we don't have a place for them. And yes, we should worry about liability along with about 100 other details. But we have to place these people somewhere. Let's not scatter them again. And that's the option right now that seems to be on the table, and it's only an implicit option. No one's talking about it. They don't know when they're going to get kicked out. That's unacceptable from a liability standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Christina's not here. Emily's not here. Tony's not here. And we are adjourned.